5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. First thing we're going to start out with is a traffic problem this morning. I-40 westbound, 2 left lanes are blocked off just before Charlotte Pike this morning. It's because of a crash that involves a tractor trailer that hit a disabled car and then hit an overhead gantry sign. This happened around midnight. That truck was hauling 40,000 pounds of car parts, and those parts will needed to be offloaded. And that overhead sign needs to be inspected, too, before they can reopen the road. So that closure is expected to last for a few hours. All 3 measures that were considered by the state legislature in a special session have now passed, and that includes the school voucher bill. The Education Freedom Act provides $7,300 to families who want to send their kids to private school. House Education Subcommittee Chair Scott Sapicki tells WTN's Matt Murphy Show what's next here.
We will have to secure a vendor for the ability to create an online application process. Private schools now are going to have to figure out what their application window is going to look like, because they want to make sure that they have full classrooms in all the private schools.
Now, over the next couple of months, the House Government Operations Committee will work to make sure that the rules meet the intent of the legislation. The money has already been approved. A girl who had been missing from West Tennessee has been found in North Nashville after a human trafficking sting operation. TBI and Metro Police found that girl in a hotel where they also arrested 48-year-old Torrance Cosby and recovered a handgun and electronic devices. Investigators say they began their investigation after discovering the image of that girl on websites known for advertising commercial sex acts. Cosby's currently held on a $90,000 bond. The NTSB has released the images of the flight data recorders that were recovered from the scene of Wednesday's midair collision in Washington. The investigation into that crash now looking into the work of air traffic control at the airport and whether enough people were on the job. ABC News aviation analyst John Nance says the answer to that question is definitely
We've
not.
had a chronic problem with this for as long as I can remember, probably 30 or 40 years. We've always been behind on staffing in the FAA control facilities and air traffic control, and that should come to a halt. These folks are wonderful people. They are basically expected to do 100% perfect performance all the time. And of course, as humans, we can't do that, but they come very close. But they need more support. They need more numbers.
Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks climbed higher ahead of the next set of big earnings reports. The Dow added 169 points. The Nasdaq gained 49, and the S&P was up 32. Meta Platforms, the owner of Facebook and Instagram, was one of the strongest forces pushing the indexes. That's because the company reported a better profit for the end of 2024 than what analysts expected. Microsoft fell after reporting weaker growth than expected in its cloud computing business. MasterCard stock jumped to an all-time high after the card company said its profits came in better than expected. UPS fell into the double digits after reporting that its largest customer, Amazon, would lower its volume by more than 50% in the second half of 2026.
And stock futures this morning are up. That's the latest news now. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, they're still trying to clean up a crash last night caused by a tractor trailer that hit a stalled car and then the median, and it damaged a gantry above, one of those big signs above. So westbound 40 this morning, just before Charlotte Pike, exit 201, 2 left lanes are blocked off. Crews are out there cleaning up that crash. It's a great place to avoid this morning if you can. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on into a Friday, January 31st. Hope you're doing well. It's Sunday. Did you hear that weather forecast for Sunday? Cannot wait.
What is it?
It's clear, and it's going to be warm.
Oh.
Yeah. Joan, you might want to put that in your forecast, in your news.
Okay.
It's going to be really nice weather on Sunday.
You know what we're doing Sunday?
What's that?
We're going out to, what's that winery?
There's a lot
we
of
talked
them.
about. No, the one we like in out by Franklin. Oh, come on.
Amber Falls?
No.
That's the one I used to go to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
Before I swore off drinking.
What, don't you have Dan
Dangrias?
Gria's?
Yeah, but Amy makes those at home.
Oh, okay. So
Amy
it's okay
can
to drink
control
at
my
home
drinking.
That's not drinking?
Well, Amy can control it at home.
Okay.
I'm on a very short leash when it comes to my drinking these days.
And
Anyway,
most
moving
other
on.
things, as I mean, if I can tell.
Sure.
Yeah.
Moving right along. By the way, you can find us on Super Talk TV. That's going to be on X and YouTube. I recommend YouTube. Also, you can download our podcasts anywhere and everywhere. And, of course, you can stream us anywhere and everywhere as well. And I appreciate you listening here for this Friday. There's a bunch of stories that I have today. We do have the latest on the investigation on the midair collision in Washington, D.C. Really surprising reporting from the New York Times. We're going to get into that straight ahead. Also, we've got a lot of the highlights and lowlights with the Senate confirmation testimony of Kash Patel and also Tulsi Gabbard. Really, really compelling. Of course, all the latest on mass deportation as well. Very busy morning here on Nashville's Morning News, so let's get right to it. Yesterday, we spoke about the DEI embedded in the FAA under Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg. It goes all the way back to Barack Obama. I don't want to have to do yesterday's broadcast all over again, but we did speak about they say 3,000 fully qualified resumes that they received for air traffic controllers, and they were ignored because supposedly they were white and white males. And so we also spoke about how they were looking to fill DEI quotas with unqualified and even mentally ill Americans. It was crazy to hit those actual quotas. Now, in fairness, nobody is saying that they were going to be air traffic controllers, but that tells you the thirst and the passion for DEI and quotas under the FAA. And now we're finding out clear operational issues from the New York Times. Here's what they say, and this is not good. An air traffic controller was reportedly allowed to leave their post early, just before American Airlines Flight 5342 collided in midair with that military helicopter over Washington, D.C. Insiders in a preliminary internal FAA report have started to reveal, they say, catastrophic failures leading up to the aviation disaster that killed 67 people, including 3 soldiers on Wednesday night. Here's some of the details. They say that night an air traffic controller was left to handle both helicopter traffic and manage planes, which should have been a divided duty at that time of the evening, according to the New York Times. So one person doing the job of 2 at a time when you needed more than one person. They say those tasks are usually handled between 2 people from 10 a.m. until 9:30 p.m., according to the report. After 9:30, the duties are typically combined and left to one person as the airport sees less traffic later in the night. And that makes all the sense in the world, because less traffic, you only need that one person. A supervisor reportedly decided to combine those duties before the scheduled cutoff time and allowed one air traffic controller to leave work early. So to hear it, basically what happens is you got several or a couple air traffic controllers. One of them wants to go home early. And the supervisor says, go ahead. You know, John has it. No problem. You go right on ahead. And poor John, or whoever this one air traffic controller is, was left to handle all of the work, managing planes and the helicopters. They say the FAA report said the staffing configuration was not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic. They say it does remain unclear why the supervisor allowed the worker to clock off early on Wednesday night, just before the mid-air collision. If that is what led to this mid-air collision, that is a catastrophic failure. But there's more to the story. They say it also emerged that the Army helicopter, which was carrying those 3 soldiers involved in the collision, might have also deviated from its approved flight path. It was flying too high. It was flying too high, and they're also questioning what we all have been questioning. How in the world did that helicopter not see this big old plane? New York Times, again, spoke with insiders that said that the Black Hawk helicopter was not on its approved route and flying higher than it should have been. Approval had been given for the helicopter to fly no higher than 200 feet along the east side of the Potomac River. So that's important. Helicopter was supposed to be flying no higher than 200 feet along the east side of the Potomac River, where it would have avoided the passenger jet. However, it was flying higher than 200 feet. They say the pilot of the helicopter confirmed sight of the American Airlines flight and was told to stick to their predetermined route and go behind the plane. But sources say the pilot did not stick to the path and was a half-mile off course, as well as being at an altitude above 300 feet. So the pilot of the helicopter was not supposed to be above 200 feet. Turns out he was above 300 feet, and he was a half-mile off course. And he admitted that he had seen the airplane. A senior Army official telling the New York Times that the pilot of the Black Hawk had flown the route before and was well aware of the tight altitude restrictions and the routes as well. So as the jet approached the runway, those on board the jet had asked air traffic control to change their runway. According to the FAA report, the plane had been cleared to touch down on runway 1 of Reagan, the main airport thoroughfare, but the controller then asked the pilot to land on runway 33. A source telling the New York Times that such a move is routine, especially with regional jets, and that the decision might have been made to prevent clogging on the main runway. 5 current and former controllers also telling the New York Times that the lone controller in the tower should have been more proactive in directing the two away from each other. The darkness, they say, also could have played a part in what made it so difficult for both pilots to actually gauge their distance apart, according to sources. And so there's a number of different avenues that are under investigation. And, I mean, they found the black box, I believe, Joan. They found the black box, right?
They found
right?
both.
All right, so they found both black boxes. So they've got to go through all of that. Did you watch the press conference at all yesterday, Joan, with the NTSB?
I did not.
So there was a moment, and I can't wait to share this with you, because there was a moment where NBC News tried to throw Donald Trump right under the bus, and the woman with the NTSB was having none of it. I've got that audio for you straight ahead. 5:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
It's crash cleanup that has westbound 40 a mess before Charlotte Pike exit 201. Now, that was caused by a tractor trailer around midnight crashing into a few things out there, a car, the median, a gantry. So the two left lanes are blocked off. Police are saying avoid that area if you can this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Joan, a nice day today, seemingly high of 63. The rain in the morning is going to clear off by this afternoon.
Did you get thunderstorms last night?
Oh, my Lord, did I get thunderstorms.
Yeah, we did too. That was pretty cool.
It wasn't cool.
Oh, come on. Don't you like thunderstorms?
Yeah, at noon.
I must have been out cold. I didn't hear anything.
Where do you live?
I live in Franklin.
Well, they have rules against that in Franklin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they don't like to disturb the peace with weather in Franklin. Yeah, that woke me up. It woke Bandit up. People who listen to the show know that Bandit has nerve issues.
Oh, yeah.
And so when that happens, he just walks around. He's, tongue is like down to the floor.
Oh, the poor guy.
He's got saliva everywhere. He usually pees all over the place. It's really bad. And we've tried everything. We've tried thunder shirts. We've tried putting him in a cage. We've tried everything. Nothing works. And he just keeps everybody up at night.
Sorry, I thought it was fun, but I'm sorry for you.
Now, look at the can of worms that you opened up, Joan.
That is not her fault. You guilt tripped her.
Yeah.
Can
All
I
of a
just
sudden you
ask
don't
a
have
question?
glasses
Can I
anymore?
just ask a question?
Where's your eye patch?
Just real quick.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that this crew stays together for a long time. Are you two always going to gang up on me, or is this
No,
just like
I call
growing
balls
pains?
and strikes.
You call balls and strikes
Come
too?
on,
Yes.
KGB, we had a deal.
Okay,
All right.
I didn't get your Venmo, for the record. So,
All right,
right.
I'll work on that.
okay.
Moving right along. By the way, Sunday is going to be a really nice day. And so that is the day to go outside again on Sunday. And that's going to be a high of 64 and sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. So yesterday at this press conference, NBC News asked about Donald Trump offering up his opinions on the crash right after it happened. Jennifer Hamady is the NTSB chair. Listen to the question.
Hello, Sir Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
Now, knowing all that we know about all the DEI in Washington, D.C., the hatred for Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., Trump's contention, of course, that DEI hiring and policies could be involved here, among other things. Going after Buttigieg and so forth is what President Trump did. The head of the NTSB, her name is Jennifer Hamady.
Wait, can you do one thing?
Yes.
Can you read the text of what the reporter said back? Do you have it? Because it was hard to hear.
You know what?
There was a guy breathing into a mic very intently.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You didn't hear that?
No.
I don't know what that was, but yeah, there's something going on there. It was hard to hear.
It was definitely a guy had a stuffy nose right next to
You
a
need
mic.
me to read it for you because you're looking
No,
at that
you know what?
screen like.
No, hold on.
Sir Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
It turns out I had a better recording of
Yeah,
that.
that was better.
So here's what the head of the NTSB said, throwing the media right under the bus and not taking the bait.
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause.
There you go.
So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTS, it's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information. We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
So there you go. Again, Jennifer Hamady not taking the bait. And she understands that there's a lot of political maneuvering that is going on here. God dog it. Sorry about that.
Did you
folks.
scare yourself?
Did you mean to do that?
I did. Did you see that? I scared myself.
You startled yourself.
No, you know what? Nobody cares about this. I was trying to. I'm not wearing my glasses today. My eyes are still a little jacked. So I was trying to find the sounder, and I found it. But my audio was potted. I have whatever.
Do you need to put the glasses back? Maybe the patch?
No, you know what? Just to tell you, my eyesight is much, much better today. You know what the problem is? The problem is that if I put my glasses on, my eyesight is actually worse.
Oh, okay.
So with glasses, it's like a one good eye and one bad eye now. So if I put my glasses on, then my eyesight is a lot worse. And so I'm really at a handicap today. I was not going to wear the eye patch today, so I'm trying to deal with a lot of different things here. Nobody cares. 5:22. Joan was coming up next.
I don't get music now? Jeez.
No, because on top of all that scared the crap out of me, and I closed my program by accident.
Okay, I'll do it without.
Yes.
The message from Governor Bill Lee to those who worry that his just-passed school voucher bill will hurt public schools. Also, both black boxes are now recovered from that plane crash in Washington. We've got more on that coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Looking for a fresh take on the hottest stories of the day? Chad Benson gives you that.
I started work in the early 60s, and Tennessee had a deer stalking program already in place going, primarily from Clarksville base within the Fort Campbell area. From that area, a lot of deer were stalked in middle and west Tennessee, and then later on, we started taking deer from those areas and stalking other areas. So it was a progression. It moved pretty fast. The deer sometimes were faster than the stalkers were.
I bet that was pretty exciting trying to trap those deer and move them and know that you're making a huge impact.
Well, we wasn't all that confident.
Oh, really?
Because a lot of the counties had dog problems. You know, they'd be wanting to dog the deer, and it didn't hold up under that kind of pressure. And we had to go back in and restock. And there was a lot of different types of law enforcement work that had to be done.
I hear you.
And the officers did a good job. And we talked to a lot of the judges, and they clamped down pretty hard on somebody poaching deer out there. Back then, we only put out 15 or 20 deer. It was critical. In fact, at that time, it could cost you your truck.
Yeah. It's an amazing success story. You hear folks saying, well, we didn't see a deer when I was a kid, and now you just have to walk out your back door and you got in a subdivision grazing or driving down the interstate highways or whatever, you see a deer just about every day.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if we're too efficient.
Some folks say back in the good old days, but I don't know. Right now, hunting and fishing is really good.
527. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Happy Friday. A great weekend ahead, and we've got your complete weather forecast coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, talking about the mid-air collision. The folks there on the Super Text line, somebody made mention of something we talked about quite a bit yesterday, which was the light pollution. That's what I call it. That's from what I'm told. That is what they call it when you have just a lot of lights around. And so one of the theories out there is that the helicopter didn't see the plane, but as I said in the previous segment, the helicopter acknowledged seeing the plane. So nobody really knows what happened with the Black Hawk helicopter. It was flying off of its directed route. It was flying higher. It also said, yeah, I see the plane, and then flew right into the plane. And so nobody really knows what in the world happened. So as I stated in the previous segment, you do have problems with not only what happened in the tower, and I just went through the entire thing about the catastrophic decisions that were made in the control tower, in the air traffic tower, right before this happened. And there's still a lot of things that are left unexplained that happened in the helicopter. So nobody really knows, and this is going to be an ongoing investigation. Todd Inman. Now, Todd Inman is a guy who is also from the NTSB, and he was asked how this whole thing is going to unfold as the investigation continues.
That has been cited by the New York Times, indicating that the controller that was on duty at the time of the crash was doing a job that's usually done by two people.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information, their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued. All that information will be part of that investigative process. But right now, we can't speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation.
All right, now, coming up, though, after the news at 5:36 or so, a guy who can speculate and knows a lot is named Greg Feith, a former NTSB investigator. Great audio from him as America and the world tries to figure out what in the world was going on in that Black Hawk helicopter. What he says, details straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Governor Bill Lee is set to add his signature to the school voucher bill, which got final approval from state lawmakers yesterday. The governor on families who worry that this bill hurts public schools.
Recognize that there are different opinions about the right approach for their kid. I fundamentally believe that this is the right approach for the children in our state. I wouldn't have so passionately pursued it if I didn't believe so. I think years from now we will look back and see this as a turning point. We'll see the results, the outcomes, the opportunities for Tennessee students improve, and it'll be one more way for this state to lead the country.
Other news of the day, the flight recorder and cockpit voice recorder have both been recovered from the American Airlines plane that collided with a Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River Wednesday night.
Just over 24 hours before Wednesday's crash, a different regional jet executed a go-around maneuver when landing at Reagan Airport due to a Black Hawk helicopter in the same area. Safety concerns have been increasing in the airspace around Reagan Airport. The airport was designed to accommodate 15 million passengers each year, but now sees more than 25 million a year. Congress voted just last year to add more flights. The runway the plane was supposed to land on Wednesday night is now closed until next Friday. Nicole D'Antonio, ABC News in Arlington, Virginia.
A tough day of questioning for three of President Trump's most controversial nominees, the FBI director pick and health secretary, both facing off with senators on both sides of the aisle.
Patel, Trump's nominee to lead the FBI, who's claimed his mission is to annihilate the so-called deep state, made a break from Trump when asked about commuting the sentences of January 6 rioters.
And I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
In his second day of questioning, Health Secretary nominee Robert Kennedy refused to reject claims that certain vaccines cause autism.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. This one's going to be out there for a while this morning. The westbound side of I-40 at Charlotte Pike. It's very slow because they only have one lane available. Two left lanes are blocked off because of a tractor trailer accident that took place overnight. It's a mess. They've got that tractor trailer being offloaded right now from like 40,000 pounds of car parts. So this is going to be out there for a while. Avoid the area if you can. Also, Berry Hill, I-440 westbound, the on-ramp from I-65. There's a crash right there on the on-ramp, and the right shoulder has been blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Dan Mandis here, along with KGB and Joan Jones.
What's the deal over there? First of all, you're shedding clothes. Second of all,
Yes.
Second of all, are you sitting tall? What is happening? Like you look taller, bigger, like you're not so short.
So,
jeez.
Wow, harsh. I have not been happy with my look on the camera, and I, for the life of me, cannot figure out what the problem is. I said to Malinoff last night, I said, look, I just want to look like Murphy. Murphy looks really good.
So does Chris Hand
in the camera.
Yeah.
I haven't. I don't know if I've seen Chris Hand.
Yeah, they were doing something that you weren't doing.
So,
well, I think it's them doing. I think they can't control it, and neither can Dan what they can control.
So I finally, Amy said last night, do you know what I think the problem is that you're so short.
Ding, 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 ding.
Because everybody else looks so taller in stature, and then I just look like this little troll on the thing. So then Malinoff and I are joking off the air, say, well, maybe I need to go find a phone book to sit on.
But there's a control on the bottom of the chair.
And then I realized there's a control on the bottom of the thing.
Oh,
so
boy.
now I look taller, and so there you go.
And lo and behold, I think actually that helps the lights to hit you in the right spot.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what's also funny, Joan? He told me, we were talking about this off air as well. I was talking with Dan about this. And he goes, I think it was like 4 days ago, I'm going to stop worrying about this. Stop worrying about the camera.
I did. I'm going to stop worrying about the camera
4 days ago.
and all that kind of stuff.
And now we are at the point of I got to put a phone book on the chair.
Yes, I know.
That's where we're at currently.
That is where we are at. And
I think you really, but I think it nailed it. I think that was exactly what you needed.
Okay, well, very good.
Yeah.
Hey, can I play some audio real quick?
If you must.
This is, I thought Donald Trump, people always complain about Trump and, all these things. Yes, I'm all over the place now. This is Donald Trump and talking about the plane crash, the plane and the helicopter mid-air collision on Wednesday in Washington, D.C.
And a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly. And we are a country of, really, we are in mourning. This is really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people, unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come.
Yep, that is Donald Trump. And I thought he sounded, of course, very presidential. I think Trump has learned how to do this.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that he's got a swagger? And, of course, the reason why Trump has more of a swagger now is because he won, and he won handily, and he's been here, done that. So I do think that that's part of it. There was and I thought this was really interesting, a former NTSB investigator. He's actually a lead NTSB investigator, and his name is Greg Feith. And we're talking about, because we're all talking about, how in the world did the helicopter not see the plane? He was asked that question. He was on a local Washington, D.C. affiliate. It's Channel 9. And he's got the same questions.
So, Greg, you have this huge passenger jet. If you're talking about this military helicopter just, going in front of the jet, I mean, how do you miss something like that, even though it's so dark out?
Well, again, that is going to be, I think, one of the first questions that really needs an answer is what were the actual positions? They'll be able to look at the radar data, and hopefully the military aircraft is either squawking the transponder code with a tag, or even if it comes back as a primary target, they'll be able to see, just based on the flight path of both aircraft, how this accident at least started as far as the sequence of events. Because if it looks like the helicopter was trying or at least positioned to pass behind the regional jet, then you have to look at, well, what were the military pilots looking at that they didn't see this aircraft that they were approaching?
I mean, nobody can figure out what in the world was going on in that Black Hawk helicopter. One of the things I find interesting, then we're going to move on, is CNN is on in the studio, Murphy, and they've got somebody on there, and it's talking heads, and they're talking about how Donald Trump baselessly connects the midair collision to DEI in the FAA. These are the same people that baselessly tied Trump's hiring freezes and buyouts to the midair collision as well. So they're just as guilty. And I think that Donald Trump, I think that I don't know if you can tie with this midair collision. I don't know if you can tie it to DEI practices in the FAA or not. We know the story. 3,000 perfectly good candidates were ignored to work as air traffic controllers because they were white males, apparently, according to the Washington Examiner. So there's a lot of finger pointing, and I like what the NTSB said. We've got to look at everything, and then we'll just figure it out. And so the media, they are doing the same thing that the president is accused of doing. Everybody is just throwing out opinions. And the NTSB, responsibly so, said, we're just going to look at personnel records. We're going to look at what happened in the tower. We're going to look at the black boxes, and then we're going to figure it out. And I liked what the NTSB had to say. Did you watch that press conference yesterday, Joan?
A portion of it.
What do you think? Do you think they sound competent, like they're going to get to the bottom of this?
I do. I really like who was the woman you mentioned her?
Jennifer Hahnemann.
Yeah, I think that she seems level-headed. She seems like she's got it together.
Yep.
And I feel like when you watch her as just an American, when you just watch her, you feel confident that she is level-headed enough, not bothered by politics, and does her job, which is what we expect and require of people who are investigating.
Now, I know that, Joan, you're very busy during the day, as am I. I sat down and I watched a lot of the Senate confirmation hearings over the last couple of days. And Edward Snowden is back in the news.
Yeah, he sure is.
Now, you ask anybody, Edward Snowden, hero or traitor? And there's always a pause, and they say, well... And then you talk about Edward Snowden, who leaked information that the government was spying on Americans, illegally so. It led to massive policy changes. And people who are saying that Edward Snowden is a hero say that he is a huge whistleblower who deserves to be treated as a hero because he uncovered this massive spying that the federal government was doing on the American people. Other people say that he's a traitor because he put America at risk and he risked the lives of Americans who were serving overseas in undercover kind of roles, spies and that kind of thing. And so this is one of those arguments, and this happened yesterday during the Tulsi Gabbard confirmation hearings, where this is not a, yes, he's a hero. Yes, he's a traitor. This is not a yes or no. To me, it's not a yes or no question because he absolutely is one of the biggest whistleblowers, in my opinion, in American history. Now, where do I fall with Edward Snowden? I believe he is a hero. However, I totally understand people that say that he's a traitor. There's a lot of nuance and there's a lot of context in that conversation. And so as these jackholes in the Senate, the Democrats, are trying to pin Tulsi Gabbard down to yes or no, is he brave? Is he a hero? Yes or no? She's trying to give a thoughtful answer with context. And so we, of course, for the Daily Dan poll, go watch us on YouTube. And you watch us on YouTube, you can take the Daily Dan poll. Edward Snowden, hero or traitor? Now, Joan, knowing the audience the way that you do, and KGB knowing the audience that you do, where do you think they're going to fall as far as is Edward Snowden a hero or a traitor? Because, I mean, I've done this topic 1,000 times. It is, I believe, evenly split. But I also believe that Edward Snowden was before his time, because these days, depending on a lot of different things, but these days you have whistleblowers who are really celebrated. And he was a whistleblower way back in 2013 when they were not as celebrated or protected as they are now. Also, you look back, I'm going to let you guys answer the question, but you look back on what we all found out about the intelligence agencies and the federal government spying on the American people back in 2013, and you look at what we know now about the intelligence agencies and all that they've done to impact elections and the lawfare and the rest of that nonsense. So Edward Snowden was blowing the whistle on something that ultimately, that was, for a lot of people, the beginning of an awareness of the federal government and the intelligence agencies spying on the American people. And, I mean, it led to massive policy changes within the intelligence agencies and so forth. But knowing the audience the way that you do, Joan, do you think Edward Snowden, hero or traitor?
See, we need a third option on that poll, because I believe the information that he got is invaluable. But I don't think that he's a hero. I don't know.
See how hard it is? See how hard it is to answer?
It is hard. That information, like, wow, we have been able to do so much with it since then.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the way that he went about it was the right way. Maybe he should have declared himself a whistleblower, but I don't know if he would have had the protections at that time.
That's the thing, Joan.
Yeah,
he could have gone to the authorities, and I'm going to tell you that if I'm Edward Snowden, I'm fearing for my life.
Yes, absolutely. He would be. Yeah.
That's the other part of that conversation. So how do you think the folks that take the Daily Dan poll, how do you think this is going to fall?
It's going to split right down the middle.
That's what I'm saying. I believe it's going to split right down the middle. However, there have been times when I've been shocked at the results of this highly unscientific poll. KGB, what do you think?
You know, I can't give you an honest opinion because I'm seeing the votes as they're happening.
Okay, yeah.
So I can't say like, oh, they're gonna go one way because I know the answer.
Okay, so
but right now it's at 60-40 hero.
64. All right, well that's close.
And I see people saying there should be a third option.
What's the third option?
They keep saying undecided. Well, I'm sick of the undecideds. Like, so this is like a vote. You got to go yes or no. This is like one of these things you just got to.
What are you, a senator?
Yes.
It's a yes or no answer.
No, not a screaming one that lies about their heritage like Elizabeth Warren, but like a real person. Like, if you're asking someone like, hey, do you want to go on a date? And they go, I don't maybe so. I don't know. Yes, no. Like, because like in college, someone won't ever give you a right answer. Because again, I saw my friend I went to a fraternity party. My friend, I saw this with my own eyes. A guy was asking a girl out, and she gave him a yes, no, maybe. Here's my number. I might text you back, and she walked away. This is a real, and that's why when I'm talking about polls, I'm sick of these undecideds.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me a yes or no.
It all goes back
give me
to
a
your
hero
love
trader.
life.
No,
Have you noticed
no,
that,
this is
Joan?
my friend.
It always goes back to KGB and
shout out
his
to
dates.
Aaron who had to deal with this. But
can I tell you that Aaron, your friend, is not the only guy that has ever had to deal with that.
I know,
trust me.
But I saw this in real time. Like I never you hear about this on like TV shows and stuff. I saw that in real time. So I'm always sick of these people that want to vote undecided.
Okay,
just give me an answer.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on the poll. And you let us know. And I don't know what the third option would be besides undecided. I don't want undecided on there. You got to take a stand.
Exactly.
0930 says, how about a heroic traitor?
Well, that's undecided. It's like the same thing.
I don't think that's undecided.
Well, I don't. A heroic traitor? Like
a heroic traitor.
Who's a heroic traitor? Like who in history would be a heroic traitor?
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it just,
whatever.
It helps.
But see, this
so
is
like
such
George Washington, a heroic traitor?
This is such a nuanced conversation.
Yeah, it sure is.
And that's why it is our Daily Dan poll. So the question:
Ooh.
Edward Snowden, hero or traitor?
Someone made a good point. Anti-hero. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a very good. Who said that?
Yep. That's good.
0783. Great point. That is a classic anti-hero.
So should we put that as the third option?
I think that would get all the votes then, in a sense.
Well,
no?
let's see.
Okay,
Put that up as the third hour. What would you say? Would you call him an anti-hero?
I will end. The
I
current
would, Joan.
poll.
I think 0737. Whoever. I think that was good because
Yeah.
what is an anti-hero? It is somebody who takes on the bad guys, and
Yeah.
in this case, the bad guys, well,
Isn't
would
that a
be
movie
the
reference?
an anti-hero.
No, that's just a character trait.
Yeah,
like
it's
an
just a
anti-
character
Like the
trait.
Punisher is an anti-hero. He kills bad guys, but killing is wrong. That's the
Yeah,
anti-hero equation.
That's exactly right.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. Hey, look, Joan, I got your music ready.
Hey, what do you know?
5:52, Nashville's morning news, and we have the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Tennessee is about to do something that a dozen other states are already doing. Also, a win for the Second Amendment from a federal court. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
shown a near uniform hostility towards him, a hostility towards any sort of opening for admitting we don't understand everything. I mean, for goodness sakes. And I truly do know parents, a lot of parents, and several of them in there who have kids. I know their kids who have autism, and it's like nobody seems to care that we don't know what causes it. And nobody seems to have an open mind to say, well, we need to look everywhere for it. And I think it's lost on people. Sure, there have been studies that have been debunked and don't show a link between autism and vaccines. But shouldn't we be open? It's a real big thing. You take 76 shots, for goodness sakes. We talked about hepatitis B some, a sexually transmitted disease, and an IV drug use disease. You know, I think
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you very much for joining us. Rand Paul. I think Rand Paul is kind of anti-hero-ish. I love Rand Paul. And he was watching as the Democrats absolutely tried to gut RFK Jr. And he calls out the Democrats because of their hostility, and I would say unreasonable hostility, towards RFK Jr. during his Senate confirmation hearings.
You know, I think Robert Kennedy's doing a great job in the hearing. I do think that the Democrats have shown a near uniform hostility towards him, a hostility towards any sort of opening for admitting we don't understand everything. I mean, for goodness sakes. And I truly do know parents, a lot of parents, and several of them in there who have kids. I know their kids who have autism, and it's like nobody seems to care that we don't know what causes it. And nobody seems to have an open mind to say, well, we need to look everywhere for it. And I think it's lost on people. Sure, there have been studies that have been debunked and don't show a link between autism and vaccines. But shouldn't we be open? It's a real big thing. You take 76 shots, for goodness sakes. We talked about hepatitis B some, a sexually transmitted disease, and an IV drug use disease. And does your newborn have to get? The response was, well, if the mom has hepatitis B, it's a 95% reduction. Yeah, what if the mom does not have hepatitis B?
I mean, he's absolutely right. And speaking of the hostility, man, Tulsi Gabbard and what she faced yesterday. We're going to talk about that. Also, I've got incredible audio to play for you. It is all straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News for Friday. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Welcome to a wet Friday. A reminder that 40 westbound this morning jammed up at Charlotte Parkway. Because of a crash cleanup, they blocked off 2 left lanes while they clean up a tractor trailer that got into an accident overnight, and that should be there for quite a while. So maybe you need to make a different way to work this morning. In the news, Tennessee is set to join a dozen states that have adopted a school voucher program after getting enough votes to pass in the final day of the special legislative session. Here's Governor Bill Lee.
This was an important issue, an important topic, an important debate. And now families can move forward with an opportunity that they have never had before.
The program allows 20,000 families to use $7,300 of public tax money to pay for alternatives to public education for their kids. But the program has its detractors, including House Minority Leader John Ray Clemens, a Nashville Democrat.
It's the best scam that money could buy. And they bought it, and they got it through, so congratulations. You just destroyed public education.
President Donald Trump this week signed an executive order that frees up federal funding and prioritizes spending on school choice programs. A federal court has ruled that banning handgun sales to people under the age of 21 is unconstitutional. ABC's Andrea Fujai reports.
The conservative Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals saying that prohibiting 18 to 20-year-olds from buying a handgun violates the Second Amendment and is inconsistent with the nation's historical tradition. The court saying ultimately the text of the Second Amendment includes 18 to 20-year-old individuals among the people whose right to keep and bear arms is protected. The ruling applies to people in the Fifth Circuit's jurisdiction, parts of Texas, Mississippi, and Louisiana.
and the case appears likely to be challenged in the Supreme Court. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Major stock indexes briefly fell during the day Thursday when President Trump talked again about putting tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico. But by the closing bell, the Dow was up 169 points at 44,882. The S&P gained 0.5% on the day, the NASDAQ composite 0.25%. Samsung Electronics is warning shareholders of a slowdown in its chip business. The South Korean tech giant posted better than expected fourth quarter revenue, but its operating profit missed expectations. Shares in Vertex Pharmaceuticals soared 8% in after-hours trading after the FDA approved its non-opioid pain relief medication that comes without the risk of addiction. Jurnavix will have a list price of $15.50 per 50-milligram pill. Meta is ready to pounce on TikTok's uncertainty, hinting at a feature on Instagram Reels that allows users to start and stop videos with just one tap. Meta is testing the pause function among a small group of its users. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures this morning pointing up with the Dow futures gaining 150. We've got NASDAQ futures plus 173. S&P futures, they're up 28 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, still there. 40 westbound at Charlotte Pike. The cleanup after an overnight tractor-trailer accident, pretty serious one. So 2 left lanes are blocked. It is a mess there, and police are asking maybe you find a different way to get into work this morning. Whites Creek, a crash on Briley Parkway, the westbound side before Brick Church Road. That's exit 17. 2 left lanes are blocked off by a crash there as well. And in Berry Hill, 65, the northbound off-ramp to westbound I-440. That would be exit 80. They've got a crash there in the off-ramp. Right shoulder has been blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends for Friday, January 31st of 2025. Hope you are doing well this morning. I'm a little ADD today, Joan, but you played an audio bite. I am going to get to the incredible Tulsi Gabbard Senate confirmation hearing yesterday. But you played a piece of audio that triggered me, Joan. And it was that Democrat who is complaining about the fact that the state legislature passed a Governor Lee's Education Freedom Act thing.
That's House Minority Leader John Ray Clemens, who's from Nashville.
He's a known idiot, actually, is what he is. But play that audio, would you?
Yeah, sure. Here we go.
It's the best scam that money could buy. And they bought it. And they got it through, so congratulations. You just destroyed public education.
So can we talk about the state of public education in Nashville? I mean, I hate to say it this way, but what have you got to lose? I mean, we just had a story the other day, Joan, about how schools across the nation, they are plummeting in their ability to teach kids.
Yeah, the National Report Card.
National Report
kids are
Card.
Graduating from high school not knowing how to read.
Right. So my question to John Ray Clemens is, okay, listen. We've tried the public schools, and if you live in this district, you've got to go to this school. We've dealt with the teachers' unions. We've dealt with all of this nonsense, and it's not working. So what has destroyed schools in Nashville and Shelby County and other cities across America and Tennessee has been what we've been doing all this time. Because not only have we been destroying the schools by allowing the teachers' unions to run roughshod over everything, but also the kids aren't being taught. So what's being destroyed are kids and their futures. That's what's being destroyed. And you know what? The schools do need to be destroyed, if you will, in the sense that we need, as parents, other options, especially if you're in Davidson County at one of those sucky schools.
I had lunch with a friend yesterday who is she's become a professor at a local higher education institution, and I won't say which one.
Okay.
She is appalled at the lack of, there's no ambition. There's no desire to learn. She's amazed at the lack of ability to math, to figure things out, to be perceptive.
Yeah.
She can't believe that these kids are in college, and she thinks a lot of kids are just there because their parents said, yeah, you got to go.
Well, and we're graduating these kids.
Yeah, we are.
We are selling out the future of America by forcing kids to go to schools that are within their district and not giving families a choice. And we can quibble all day long about, well, this isn't I'm for school choice, I'm not for this bill. I mean, those are very valid questions, and there are very valid concerns about this particular bill. But we have to do and had to do something, especially for the kids of Nashville, where old John Ray Clemens represents. We had to do something for the kids of Shelby County. Now, we're going to have to see how the whole thing plays out. My fingers are crossed that this all turns out the way that we need it to turn out, which is kids actually knowing how to read, knowing how to do math, knowing how to do algebra when they graduate from high school in places like Nashville and Shelby County and so forth. So John Ray Clemens, just, you know what? I don't know why I let the stupid get into my head, like John Ray Clemens and people like that, because it is so infuriating that they say these things when the answer is right in front of them. All they have to do. You know why we have problems in Tennessee with education, especially in places like Nashville and Shelby County? Well, it's because of the teachers' unions. It is also because of, in my opinion, people like John Ray Clemens. So I'm ecstatic that teachers, ultimately parents, will have the ability to hopefully send their kids, if they can afford the gap, be able to send kids to another school, a better school. I think that is a good thing, because there are parents who their kids are going to these terrible schools in Nashville or Shelby County, and they're held captive. And you've got bad schools all over the place, obviously. In some of these districts, they're already doing this, but this is going to be on a much larger scale. But I think it's great to give parents an opportunity to not have their kids be held hostage in some of these terrible schools. So we're going to have to see how it all plays out. We could be sitting here in 5 years, hopefully, and we'll have another conversation about, well, that didn't work. What do we need to do differently? But right now, the status quo, in my opinion, was not acceptable. And the fact that old John Ray Clemens there is pissed off, good. Because that means clearly then, if you're pissing off John Ray Clemens out there in Nashville as the representative for Nashville, then clearly we're doing something right. It is 6:13, Nashville's Morning News. Tulsi Gabbard, her Senate confirmation hearings, I don't know if you folks saw this, but it was in front of the Senate Intelligence Committee. She had an amazing opening statement.
I warn the American people who are watching at home, you may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge my loyalty to and my love for our country. Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States, accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump and failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet.
What a great statement. And she's absolutely right. When I tell you the story of Tulsi Gabbard and how she refuses to be the puppet of the federal government, the intelligence agencies, she has proven time and again that she will not be. These agencies, they do need to be fixed. There are a lot of problems within these agencies, and she has been spending years calling out the problems with the FBI, with the CIA. And I'm going to play you that audio and tell you her journey coming up next. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 63. Right now, 59 degrees. Rain this morning, clearing. Saturday, it's going to be cloudy, mix of sun and clouds, a high of 52. On Sunday, that's going to be the day to go out and have fun. Sunny and a high of 64. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, if you're wondering why the Democrats absolutely hate Tulsi Gabbard, and some Republicans hate her as well, clearly. Remember that she used to be a Democrat and a military veteran, and she was a congressman out of Hawaii. And she turned on the Democrat Party, and that's why they're angry with her. She's the youngest woman ever elected to a state House of Representatives and the first woman to graduate from the Accelerated Officer Candidate School at the Alabama Military Academy as a distinguished honor graduate. And what I'm trying to tell you is that this is an incredible person. She was a rising star in the Democratic Party. And then she started noticing things. And Tulsi Gabbard started speaking out, among other things, in no particular order. She spoke out against the U.S. military intervention in Syria. That's why they call her an Assad puppet. She spoke out against our involvement in Iraq, saying we went in based on faulty, inadequate, and weaponized intelligence. She's going after the intelligence communities. That's why they hate her. She spoke out against the U.S. narrative on the Russia-Ukraine war, saying Russia had legitimate concerns about Ukraine joining NATO. She also spoke out against the war machine, the weaponized intelligence community, and both the Republican and Democratic Party. You know, they actually, and this is a story that has been told many times, but, you know, they actually put her, in my opinion, an American hero. They retaliated against Tulsi Gabbard by putting her on the terrorist watch list.
At a time when trust in the intelligence community, unfortunately, is at an all-time low. Chuck Schumer admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you." For too long, faulty, inadequate, or weaponized intelligence have led to costly failures and the undermining of our national security and God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution.
So you ask, why does everybody hate, somebody asked me that, why does everybody hate Tulsi Gabbard? Well, I'm here to tell you, not everybody hates Tulsi Gabbard. There's a lot of people that love Tulsi Gabbard because the woman speaks the truth. And the woman refuses to kowtow to all of these intelligence officials in Washington, D.C. They hate her, but they also fear her. And that's why these senators are attacking her. She spoke often about the dangers of radical Islamic terrorism, yet they put her on the terrorist watch list. So she dropped out of the Democratic primary for president. Remember that? She was going after Kamala Harris big time. She became an independent, eventually becoming a Republican and closely aligned with Donald Trump. So with all of that perspective, she is, just like Kash Patel, she has been all about calling out how the system is broken, how biased it is against outsiders like her, and like Kash Patel and others, like Donald Trump himself, by the way. And Trump wants to put her in charge of it. And that's why they're attacking her. That's why the Republicans are attacking her. That is certainly why the Democrats are attacking her as well, because she's not going to play the game. She has seen all this, not from an outsider's perspective, really, but as someone who has been a victim of that D.C. weaponization, just like Donald Trump has. And I think that's why they do have a lot in common. Here's more of what she had to say.
Biden campaign advisor Tony Blinken was the impetus for the 51 former senior intelligence officials' letter dismissing Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation, specifically to help Biden win the election.
So it's interesting. She's being called a traitor to America. That's what they're saying about Tulsi Gabbard, a traitor to America. And I think what they really believe is that she is a traitor to Washington, D.C. And I believe that is their biggest issue with her. Now, coming up, the battles that she had with some of these senators are some of the most epic that I've ever seen. Coming up before the news at 6:30, I'm going to go through some of that audio. And did you see, Joan, what she did to Amy Klobuchar? Did you see what Kash Patel did to Amy Klobuchar yesterday?
No.
Oh, my gosh. I've got that audio for you coming up as well. Just, in my opinion, some great moments yesterday if you're a supporter of Donald Trump and what he's trying to do with these picks for these various cabinet-level positions. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. By the way, take our poll that we've got on YouTube. Go watch YouTube. Go watch us on YouTube and take the Daily Dan poll. The Daily Dan poll today, Edward Snowden, hero or traitor? Tulsi Gabbard spoke about that yesterday during these Senate confirmation hearings. We're going to talk about that straight ahead. It is 6:21. Joan Jones has the news at 6:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, the response is predictable after President Trump calls attention to the DEI in that air crash disaster in D.C. Also, the effort to fight human trafficking in Tennessee just got another shot in the arm. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. You know that January, and it's the last day of January, so it's the last day for this great deal at Zero Res. But January can be a time to clean, to purge, and become healthier. My friends at Zero Res can help you do just that. They offer you a healthier way to clean your home. And using Zero Res means that they use cleaning agents that leave your carpet cleaner and healthier than those other carpet cleaning companies. I've been a customer of Zero Res for years. They've got that great ZR water technology. They leave no soap. They leave no residue, no harsh chemicals either. Your carpets are going to be soft and fluffy, not crunchy, like you see with some of those other carpet cleaning companies. They're going to clean and sanitize your surfaces without the use of detergents or those harsh chemicals. Now, right now, they've got a great deal at Zero Res going on. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $99, and celebrate the new year with 25% off of upholstery cleaning. So again, great deals going on right now for January. Call them today for this great deal. It ends today. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $99. You can also take 25% off of upholstery cleaning. Call them. Tell him Dan told you to reach out, 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376, ZeroResNashville.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing. .626, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Yeah, it is clear that people, at least in this audience, really like Tulsi Gabbard. And I like her too. And she's done a lot of incredible, amazing, very patriotic things. And so when I see these senators and they were just baselessly attacking this true American hero, it's clear that they are afraid of Tulsi Gabbard. And so I think that part of what is going on here is that their biggest concern with Tulsi is that she's not going to be a puppet to them. And there's a lot of discussions about Edward Snowden. I'm going to get into that audio, but there was a lot of fireworks yesterday during this confirmation hearing.
The bottom line is this must end. President Trump's reelection is a clear mandate from the American people to break this cycle of failure, end the weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community, and begin to restore trust in those who've been charged with the critical task of securing our nation.
So she goes on what I thought was a really impactful and effective opening statement. And then they do bring up Edward Snowden a lot. Now, remember, this is the guy who worked for, I think it was the CIA, right? And discovered a massive surveillance program that was collecting data on Americans, basically spying on Americans. And this was surveillance on a massive, massive scale. And Snowden discovered all of this. Again, he was working for the intelligence agencies. He discovered all of this, and he leaked the information to journalists. He was a whistleblower. Now, in the past, Edward Snowden has been called a hero by some, including Tulsi Gabbard. Now, a lot of folks will say that Snowden put America and the military in harm's way and so on and so forth. That is a debate for another time. But she has called him a hero. And that angered a lot of people. And that did come up during the confirmation hearings yesterday.
Do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believe, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agency, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
And they just would not let this go.
Senator, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will work with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden-like
social
leak.
media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories, or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the chief intelligence officer of this nation.
Does she finally answer the question? Well, they let her answer the question. That audio and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Still working it this morning. That 40 westbound crash at Charlotte Pike. Exit 201 this morning. They're still cleaning up a tractor-trailer truck that crashed into a car, a wall, and even hit the above the lights above. And their crews are out there still cleaning it up this morning. So again, they're asking that everyone avoid that area of 40 westbound at Charlotte Pike until they can get it out of there. Governor Bill Lee set to add his signature to the school voucher bill. It got final approval from state lawmakers yesterday. The Senate passed that bill in a 20-13 vote after just 90 minutes of debate. In the House, debate included discussion on 27 amendments to the bill, but Republicans shot each one down. President Trump, meantime, has suggested that DEI programs at the FAA should be looked into as a possible link to the air disaster this week in the nation's capital.
President Trump claiming that under the Biden administration, the FAA pushed for the hiring of people with disabilities. A former FAA official disputing Trump's claims, saying anyone applying must meet the same rigorous standards, whether they're disabled or not. Those standards include passing a medical exam, aptitude test, and psych evaluation, which is more stringent than what's required of a pilot. And hiring is selective. In 2022, 57,000 people applied for an air traffic position. Only 1,000 made it to the first day of training.
That's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Two more big Tennessee companies are joining the effort to stop human trafficking. Bridgestone Americas and Nashville International Airport have joined Secretary of State Trey Hargett's Tennessee Business Against Trafficking program. It offers free hour-long training for employees to identify the signs of human trafficking and then take appropriate action when they spot them. There were nearly 1,200 human trafficking tips or calls statewide last year. Stock futures pointing up. We've got Dow futures plus 165, NASDAQ futures gaining 177, S&P 500 index futures up 30 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking of buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time. Because at DT McCall's, gun safes are still sales tax free. And you know, DT McCall's, they are the largest Liberty Safe dealer here in the state of Tennessee because of that great customer service, free delivery, and free setup from my friends at DT McCall's. Now, other places are going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models, $300 for the smaller models. DT McCall's and Sons, they are going to deliver every safe for free every time, period, and no setup charge either. So, save some big bucks right now on your Liberty gun safe when you shop at your local DT McCall's. Please always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out from Nashville's Morning News. Find them online all the time, dtmccalls.com for locations and more information. And right now, don't forget, gun safes are sales tax free at DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Yeah, just don't go there for a while. 40 westbound just before Charlotte Pike, exit 201. A crash cleanup continues. It'll be there for a while, and 2 left lanes are blocked off by this. Antioch on 24, the eastbound side at Haywood Lane, exit 57. A crash blocks off the right shoulder. And then there's another crash in Lockland Springs on Main Street at McFerrin Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Appreciate you being here for Friday, January 31st, along with KGB, Jeff Malinoff, Joan Jones in the dust-encrusted WTN newsroom, going over some of the more relevant audio from Tulsi Gabbard as she was going through her Senate confirmation hearings yesterday.
Senator, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will work with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden-like leak.
Media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories, or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the chief intelligence officer of this nation.
And Jonathan Fahey, that question was to Tulsi Gabbard. Do you believe that Edward Snowden is brave? Do you believe that Edward Snowden is a hero, as she had said before? And the problem that I have with these discussions, Jonathan, is that this is not a yes or no question. It's a very nuanced conversation with a lot of layers and a lot of context. And what they're trying to do is pin her down to a yes or no question. And Jonathan, I'm going to ask you to comment on that after this one final soundbite.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't. Apparently you don't. Let me ask you.
So, Jonathan, they are really trying to pin her down in a yes or no statement. And I realize this is how these senators do things, but it seems to me like they're just making themselves look bad.
I think that's exactly right. And that's my takeaway from almost all of these hearings is they end up looking like out of control, hysterical, and the nominees, the Trump nominees, particularly Tulsi Gabbard, look in control and command of the facts. And whenever you do that little trick like yes or no and not allow somebody to explain, it's, you know, it just seems like, well, if you're really trying to get information from the witness, you'd allow them to explain, well, yes, but here's the context I was talking about. That would be helpful for people to understand where the witness is coming from. But, of course, they don't want to do that. And that's the game. And we see it on the Hill, really, for both sides playing that game. And most of it is them grandstanding and then throw, like, you know, like what they were doing with Kash Patel. Let me put part of a quote up and ask you about it. And it's like, you know, they're missing the point, and I think they're missing the point with all of these nominees, which is Trump wants people that are not the status quo, and that if the Democrats would at least acknowledge, hey, the status quo hasn't worked very well, so at least go in with that sort of underlying premise, but they won't even agree to that. They act like everything was hunky-dory with the last administration, which is astonishing.
Well, and, you know, these intelligence agencies, deep state Washington, D.C., interfering in elections like they did in 2020, they don't like Tulsi Gabbard because she is on the side, in my opinion, of protecting the American people and not their way of doing business. And they did finally kind of sort of allow her to answer.
If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets. And I have 4 immediate steps that I would take to prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am, I would simply ask.
So she did acknowledge that Snowden broke the law, but she's also been attacked by these very same agencies that Donald Trump wants her to lead. This is obviously very unconventional for Washington, D.C. Based on what you've seen, do you think that Tulsi Gabbard is going to be confirmed?
I think so. After yesterday, I thought she handled herself pretty well. You know, what I see just sort of like Twitter, it makes it seem like she's the one that, you know, that seems the closest, but she handled everything, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw a lot of clips throughout the day, and she handled everything quite well and seemed to really be knowledgeable of the issues facing the country. So I think, you know, she really deserves to be confirmed. And again, you know, the status quo wasn't working. We have intelligence community and a lot of our law enforcement agencies were focusing on things that didn't matter the most to the American people. You know, that, you know, we always talk about, you know, the FBI with misinformation and all of these things. So, you know, they really do need to shake things up. And she seems like the person that could do so, but do so in a competent way, because they are, you know, everyone has to acknowledge they're doing a lot of good things too. So we don't want to like burn the whole place down. But she does seem like she could handle the job pretty well. But it remains to be seen, and it does seem like that's my guess is the closest one as of now. But I haven't seen any Republicans break ranks that I'm aware of.
One of the things I find really interesting with all of this is, not to relitigate the whole Edward Snowden thing, but when that all came down in 2013, I know for a lot of Americans, it was the first awareness of what some of these intelligence and deep state government agencies were up to with the spying on the American people, and to the extent that there was spying on us. And I think that
Edward Snowden really was one of the first guys that broke through the wall and really clued a lot of America in to what was going on. And I don't know, it doesn't really seem like the intelligence agencies, they did make a lot of adjustments and they made a lot of changes after Edward Snowden. But I still don't think the American people trust the intelligence agencies, because part of what we always talk about is the 51 current and former intelligence agents who said that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. So it's like they can't help themselves.
Yeah, that was really a low point for anyone that served in these leadership roles in the intelligence agencies, because they put their names and their former positions on the letter for purely political purposes, and it wasn't even true. I mean, that's the amazing part. It's really bad even if it was true, but it was false. So it's like truly astonishing. And these were the very highest level people from years and years, or not necessarily everyone, but it was like all the household names. So yeah, that really was a low point, and we've seen that with law enforcement, and we've seen that with the DOJ, that there's been too much politicization, and it's almost like they're afraid that Kash Patel or one of these people will go back to the way of just enforcing the law and putting criminals in jail. It's almost like they don't like doing that part of the job anymore. It's like they're so into all of the other things.
You mentioned Kash Patel, and he went through his confirmation hearings as well yesterday. My favorite moment was when he and Amy Klobuchar were going back and forth.
This is why snippets of information are often misleading and detrimental to this committee's advice and consent process.
If you consent, I would love to have 5 hours of questions, and then I could read the whole transcript.
You've got 2 minutes.
Wow.
I love that. I mean, he totally puts Amy Klobuchar right in her place. You've got 2 minutes, and she acknowledges that she has just been put in her place, and she says, wow. But again, just like with Tulsi Gabbard, Jonathan Fahey, I just don't believe that Kash Patel, he's not kissing their collective arse.
Yeah, I thought it was outstanding. I thought he handled himself quite well. He didn't give an inch, but he also showed his commitment to really doing what the FBI should be doing, which is not being political, going after the criminals, which is what most of the American people want. I think, absent of handful of people high levels of the Democratic Party, but I think most people really do want what Kash Patel wants, and he expressed his commitment to doing so. I think he's going to get in there, and this DOJ, they're going to go back to arresting criminals and putting politics aside, and the American people will see that. And it's almost like the Democrats don't want that, oddly, because it's like, but their fears, all of their fears happen to be projecting what they've done for the last 4 years, which is, it's obvious, but it's still worth saying again and again. It's like everything they accuse them of doing is what they've been doing. It's like the DOJ has been highly politicized, and the worst part about it is they've neglected their regular duties of putting criminals in jail, and we've seen crime skyrocket, particularly in Washington, D.C., where most of their efforts have been focused on January 6th for the last 4 years at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and crime went through the roof, even higher on average than other cities that were going up, and it just started to go down last year. But it's pretty amazing that if they're really looking out for what they should be doing, which is public safety and not advancing political agendas, I think Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, they're righting the ship, and it's going to be better.
Got some big Pam Bondi news coming up next. Jonathan Fahey is joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. So we're going to talk about illegal immigration straight ahead. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 63, right now 60 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, Jonathan, a couple of, as we segue to illegal immigration, there's a lot going on with this. Obviously, mass deportation is underway. President Donald Trump now saying that he wants to open Gitmo for some of these bad guys. And one of the things that Trump said is that he doesn't trust these nations to simply allow these
murderers and rapists to come right back into our country. What do you think about Trump opening up Gitmo?
I think it's a very good idea. We have all the space. We created this place to house prisoners and dangerous prisoners initially for all of the terrorists that many of them, unfortunately, Joe Biden has released. So I think there's only a handful there anymore. So there is a facility that's safe to keep them and also safe for them. I'm sure people know, but there was a lot of money put into that to make sure it's safe and a humane place for people to be housed for long periods of time. So I think it's a great idea. And, we saw with the Colombia issue, this weekend, how quickly a lot of these nations will cave and take their people back. So my guess is the number of people that won't be taken back will be relatively small. It won't be insignificant. But I think most of them, and even with these countries that have been fighting the U.S., meaning fighting, taking people back under, the Biden administration and previous administrations, they may not want to tangle with Donald Trump, particularly right now on this, because I think he will make them pay. And like we said before, they're going to, countries are going to cooperate or they're going to wish they had. And, I think once somebody's made an example of, the other countries will probably get in line. So it probably won't be as many people detained as I think the media is portraying, because it's people get arrested, they get processed, they get removed. So it'll be sort of this, I don't want to say revolving door because they won't be coming back, but it's sort of a continuous process of people going through the system. And I think it's a good idea. We'll use what's available to house people, because these are, by and large, very dangerous people, and we don't want them on the streets of America. I mean, the Biden administration did, and a lot of the Democratic sanctuary cities want them, but the American people deserve better, and they deserve safety. And Donald Trump seems that, he is committed to doing so.
I think the problem that some folks have is that we've been complaining about how these terrorists at Gitmo, they get their halal meals, they get their prayer rugs, they get their exercise rooms. And so my concern is that these bad guys are going to get access to really what has been the good life for a lot of these terrorists at Gitmo. I want these guys to serve hard time. So I hope that they're going to take away a lot of these amenities that the terrorists were getting.
Yeah, it really has been, the Gitmo soccer camp, which is amazing that we've had the worst of the worst serving their time in the best possible facilities, also probably with good weather and, in the, near the ocean. So it is the whole thing with we could do a whole segment on the terrorists, how well they've been treated, and particularly under Joe Biden. But yeah, I don't think it'll be hard time. And, the good thing about it is that one part of it is we want to take away the other side's ability to complain. So they're going to look for any given sort of any abuse, anything like that to elevate it, and the media will run with it. So the good thing is, if they are being held in places that are safe, that are clean, other things like that, it takes a lot of the ammunition away from the other side. And you're right. Do they deserve sort of 5-star treatment for years and years? Probably not. But overall, I think it's still a good thing to just the main goal is move people out and prevent people from coming in. And it seems like they're doing both of those pretty well right now.
You're right. If they're in Gitmo, then they're not raping, pillaging, murdering, or dealing drugs. So overall, it is a very good thing, and that's where we will leave it. Jonathan Fahey, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Always great to have his perspective. 6:50, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There it is. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7. Joan, what's up?
Investigators focus on two things in particular as they dig into those black boxes from the airplane involved in the D.C. air disaster. Also, how one guy responded to having to drive through heavy traffic in Nashville. It didn't go well for him. We've got those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. Man, did it rain last night. I don't know about you, but I know that Joan up at her house and at my house in Wilson County, massive rain, massive thunder and lightning as well. And you need to be cognizant of whether or not you have water in your crawl space or your basement, because if you've got even the tiniest of cracks in your basement with water like that, with rain like that, you could end up with all kinds of things: mold, wood rot, structural repair, if it does get into your home. Now, if you want to stay ahead of water damage, Call my friends at USS United Structural Systems. They are going to waterproof your home. They're going to keep the water out and keep you and your family safe and your wallet safe as well. So call USS United Structural Systems. They've got over 30 years of experience in basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. I've been a customer for years. USS, their inspections are absolutely free. They're not going to sell you any unnecessary repairs. They are simply here to help. We guarantee our best. Call USS. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. You can always find them online anytime. USSTN.com. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News, almost 6:58, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, along with Joan Jones in the dust-encrusted news corner. KGB, Jeff Malinoff, is here as well. Take the Dan poll, the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube. And also take the Daily Dan poll. And today's poll, Edward Snowden, hero or traitor?
We also have the anti-hero section as well.
Oh, that's right. We updated it. Anti-hero is also an option.
Yes, it's actually very close.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's 46% hero, 44% anti-hero, and then 10% traitor.
10%
so
call him a traitor?
We still have people calling him a traitor regardless of what he did.
Do you think with Edward Snowden, I think that history, because this happened back in 2013, I think that history is on Edward Snowden's side. I think that, again, not to belabor the point, because we talked about this with Jonathan Fahey, but I think that that was really, for a lot of Americans, that first awareness of, oh my gosh, they're doing what?
You want to hear how young I was when that went down?
No, actually, I don't. Malinoff?
Yeah, because when I came into the studio today, you were like, who's, you know who Edward Snowden is? I'm like, not really, because, again, it was during a time where I wasn't involved
What
in
are you, like,
politics.
12 at the time?
I was a junior in high school.
Okay. All right. I'm not surprised that people are saying he is either a hero or an anti-hero. Both of those, at least to me, make absolute sense. I've got some great audio coming up next. It's Joe Biden's pick to lead the FAA way back when, and it tells you how utterly inept Joe Biden wanted the FAA to be. It's all straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on a rainy Friday morning, and that rain will continue for a while. Stick around. We've got more in the forecast. Still cleaning up that accident 40 westbound before Charlotte Pike, exit 201. It's a crash cleanup, been there all night long, and 2 left lanes are blocked off. Police are advising you to avoid the area. The Tennessee General Assembly approving a sweeping expansion to the school choice program during its final day of a special session. Parents from across the state showed up to voice their opinions. This mom, Tori Venable, talked to Fox 17 about what she had to do for her daughter.
I had to move to Rutherford County because I wanted a better education for my daughter. You know, this is something that parents deserve. Parents deserve more options, and not everyone has the ability to just move to a different district if they're not having their needs met.
But others like Elise Masheri fear the program won't help her and her kids.
I really want to know, like you're saying this is about freedom for all kids, but like what about my kids? Like my kids with special needs? Because the problem with private schools is that the private schools don't have to accept kids like mine. And not only that, but they don't have to offer them the services that he needs to be at school.
She also spoke to Fox 17. Now, Governor Bill Lee is set to sign that bill into law, along with the aid for Hurricane Helene victims and a new immigration bill that would, in part, create a centralized immigration enforcement division within the state. The first American hostage is set to be released tomorrow as part of the ceasefire deal in the Middle East. Keith Siegel is an American Israeli who, along with his wife, were taking. Her name is Aviva, was released earlier this year. The investigation underway into that mid-air collision of an American Airlines plane with an Army helicopter over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. 67 people are presumed dead.
The black boxes from the American Airlines plane transported in the same water they were pulled from to preserve the integrity of the recordings, now in the hands of the NTSB for evaluation. An early focus for the investigation, the flight path of the helicopter. Preliminary data showing it was flying at about 350 feet when it should have been under 200.
ABC transportation correspondent Gino Benitez. Now, investigators also know that just one air traffic controller was on duty performing the job that normally is done by 2, something that's usually done when there's less air traffic. And driving a car in heavy traffic can really make you mad, but One guy took his anger to a whole new level. 24-year-old William Adams drove his truck into 3 cars and just missed a police officer while trying to get around heavy downtown traffic after a Nashville Predators game Wednesday night. A police officer stopped Adams after he drove around some barricades, but Adams put his truck in reverse, running into 3 cars, and then drove home. But that was where police arrested him. His bond is set at $53,000. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. .40 westbound before Charlotte Pike. It's that crash that they've been working on since midnight involving a tractor trailer that crashed into a bunch of things. The 2 left lanes are blocked off. It's a mess this morning. Avoid it if you can. Main Street in Lockland Springs at McFerrin Avenue, a crash. Another one this morning, Briley Parkway eastbound before Gallatin Pike, exit 14. That's blocking partially the right lane. 24, the eastbound lanes at Haywood Lane, a crash that blocks off the right shoulders. And then some reported trees down in Nashville this morning. Thompson Road at Marajay Drive, also Pinnacle Hill Road near Harpeth River. Some trees are down, causing a problem. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has made my day.
Oh, how did I do that?
By sending me this audio.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, it depends on how you look at it.
Well, yeah.
I didn't make your day by fixing that light for you?
No, it's all about Joan.
Okay. I mean, she is a star.
Yeah,
Grant.
KGB.
You know, Dan, it's every day. It's always about her.
Every day is Joan Day here on
my button
Nashville's
for her
Morning News.
My button for her camera is literally a star. What more do you need to know?
So coming up, we're gonna play this audio of Joe Biden's FAA nominee from way back when, and I had forgotten how bad this is. And so I'm going to play that coming up, but I do need to get to some other things real quick, because there seems to be some disagreement or some varying degrees of reporting on obviously what happened in Washington, D.C. with the mid-air collision. So let's go through this real quick, Joan.
Yeah.
Because earlier I was talking about the New York Times and what the New York Times is reporting with the latest on the plane crash.
Yeah.
So there's a number of things that are going on. One of the things that the New York Times reported, and I just want to clear this up or acknowledge the confusion. New York Times reported that the Black Hawk helicopter pilots acknowledged to seeing the plane that it collided with. That's what I'm reading in a couple of different sources, New York Times and also the Daily Mail, that is part of what is now known, is that the pilot for the helicopter acknowledged to seeing the plane that it collided with. But others are saying that the helicopter did not see the plane that it collided with and actually was confused. I think Brian talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Because there was another plane that was also in sight. And so maybe the helicopter pilot got confused and he didn't see the plane it collided with, and he thought that the air traffic controller was talking about that other plane.
So he acknowledged seeing the plane, but acknowledged seeing a different plane than the air traffic controller was talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we don't know which one it is, because the New York Times is reporting one thing, the Daily Mail is reporting one thing.
I don't think anybody knows the
Nobody
truth
knows
yet.
anything yet.
Yeah.
And that's part of what the NTSB is saying is, and I've got some audio, but they're saying we don't know what we don't know. And so everybody just jumping in here and trying to, analyze what happens, and we know that is what happens. But the New York Times, and it's interesting, and I did mention this in the 5, where CNN, what they're doing, and they're just going all in on Donald Trump, President Trump, blaming DEI for the crash with no evidence. Well, these are the same people that were screaming that Donald Trump himself was responsible for the collision, because he had come out and he had said that he was going to freeze hiring at the federal level, which, by the way, that did not include public safety folks, which is air traffic controllers, obviously, and also people like Phil Williams tweeting out that story about how Donald Trump was offering a buyout for all federal employees, including air traffic controllers. So it's like the hypocrisy is on full display on CNN and other places as well, because they're, of course, trying to make this about Donald Trump. Now, yesterday, we did talk about this, about the DEI embedded in the FAA under Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg. We also spoke about the 3,000 fully qualified resumes that the FAA received and supposedly ignored because they were white males. Now, there's going to be an investigation into all of this, and I told you about the attorneys general. I think there's 11, 12, or 13 of these attorneys general that were begging the FAA, stop with the DEI crap, because we're going to end up with planes crashing. And so part of what's going on now, and I hope that a lot of this DEI stuff does come to light, because I think that people with Donald Trump back in the mix, there's a lot of people that voted for the first time. There's a lot of people that are aware politically for the first time. And so the more that we can shine a light on the absurdity of where the Democrats are in the current party, the better off America will be in the long run, because people who are just becoming aware of the DEI and the woke and the absurdity and how incredibly destructive it can be, I think the better off America will be. And we talked yesterday about how they were looking to fill these DEI quotas. Remember this? With unqualified and even, mentally ill Americans to hit those quotas. It was insane. And now we're finding out about those operational issues. New York Times, Joan reported some of this as well, too. An air traffic controller was reportedly allowed to leave their post early just before American Airlines Flight 5342 collided midair with that military helicopter over Washington, D.C. Insiders in a preliminary internal FAA report have stated to reveal catastrophic failures leading up to the aviation disaster that killed 67 people, including 3 soldiers. Now, they say that night, an air traffic controller was left to handle both helicopter traffic and manage planes, which should have been a divided duty at that time of night, but a person wanted to leave early, and the manager, the supervisor on duty said, yeah, go ahead early. Go ahead and leave. This guy can handle everything. So one person doing the job of 2. Catastrophic decisions. They say that those tasks, helicopters and planes, are usually handled between 2 people from 10 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., according to the report. After 9:30, the duties are typically combined and left to one person as the airport sees far less traffic later on at night. And so the supervisor apparently, and I don't know how people would make this crazy decision, but a supervisor apparently decided to combine those duties before that scheduled cutoff time and allowed one air traffic controller to leave work early, leaving the other one holding the bag. The FAA report said that staffing configuration was not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic. They say it does remain unclear why the supervisor allowed the worker to clock off early on Wednesday night just before the midair collision. I mean, what a catastrophic error. Now, again, we don't know if that's what led to the collision, but it certainly is something where you look at it, you hear about it, and you say, what in the world was that supervisor thinking? There's more coming up. By the way, I love how the head of the NTSB handled a really hostile question from an NBC News reporter. Details straight ahead, 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, 63 is going to be your high, 60 now. And on Saturday, sun and some clouds as well with a high of 52. Sunny on Sunday and a high of 64. That is the day to do all your outdoor stuff. Now, it's also emerged as we just kind of give you the latest on what's going on with the investigation into the midair collision in Washington, D.C. It has also emerged now that the Army helicopter, which was carrying those 3 soldiers involved in the collision, might have deviated from its approved flight path. The New York Times, again, speaking with insiders that said that the helicopter was not on its approved route and it was flying higher than it should have been. Approval had been given for the helicopter to fly no higher than 200 feet along the east side of the Potomac River, where it would have avoided the passenger jet that it ultimately ran into. The pilot of the helicopter confirmed sight of the American Airlines flight and was told to stick to their predetermined route and go behind the plane. That's where the controversy comes in that Joan and I were talking about. Are they talking about the one it collided with or the other one that was in the general area? Because when the air traffic controller is referring to an American Airlines flight, there was another one that was nearby. And so there's some folks that are saying and surmising, well, maybe the pilot of the helicopter thought they're talking about that other one and didn't see the one that it ultimately collided with. Big miscommunication, perhaps, don't know. But sources are also saying the pilot didn't stick to that path. It was a half-mile off course, according to the New York Times, and it was above 300 feet. Now, remember, they said it wasn't supposed to go above 200 feet. It was above 300 feet, and they say a half-mile off course. A senior Army official telling the New York Times that the pilot of the Black Hawk had flown the route before and was well aware of that tight altitude and the restrictions and the routes as well. So as the jet is approaching the runway, those on board had asked air traffic control to change their runway, according to an FAA report. The plane had been cleared to touch down on runway 1, the main airport thoroughfare, but the controller then asked the pilot to land on runway 33, a source telling the Times that such a move is actually routine with regional jets and that the decision might have been made to prevent clogging on the main runway. They do say that 5 current and former controllers also telling the New York Times that the lone controller in the tower should have been more proactive in directing the two away from each other. They also talk about the darkness, which could have played a part in what made it so difficult for both pilots to actually gauge their distance apart. They added Sully Sullenberger, right? That's his name, Joan?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He is talking about this, and he said, yeah, that light pollution, the fact that they were over water, absolutely could have led to what we saw. So we just don't know. This was a question that was asked at the press conference, and it's really interesting. I want you to listen to the question from the NBC News reporter.
Sir Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
You know, the interesting thing is, isn't that what the media is doing? I love, though, what the NTSB, the head of the NTSB had to say in response. I've got that response coming up right before the news at 7:30. Got about 4 or 5 minutes to talk about that right before that newscast, which is coming up at 7:30. And Joan, what do you got?
Well, remember the so-called deceptively edited 60 Minutes interview?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like President Trump is about to win that legal fight. That story coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Winning 721 on Nashville's Morning News. Every night at homework time, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, in my house, we can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too, my friends. You know, over the holidays, I did a ton of fill-in nationally and across the country. I can always rely on Xfinity for my rock-solid internet that I use to do all those shows all across the country. Now, homework and our jobs, they don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. At my house, I rely on Xfinity, and so do millions of other Americans. And if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it. And it does come with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. That's 1-800-XFINITY. Tell them Dan told you to reach out online anytime, Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. 727, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. This was the brilliant question from NBC News. And this was for the head of the NTSB.
Sir Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
So now, knowing what we know about all the DEI in Washington, D.C., and Trump's contention that DEI could be involved here, among other things, going after Buttigieg and so forth, the head of the NTSB was actually really measured in her response. I actually love this.
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to.
By the way, you always know when you're going to get slapped around when somebody starts a conversation with all due respect. And I love what she does to this guy from NBC.
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTS. It's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information.
There you go.
We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
I mean, I love what she had to say because, you know, the media, and stop me when you've heard this before, but the media oftentimes, and just like the Democrats, they will accuse others of what they themselves are doing. And as I've mentioned several times today, that is exactly what the media is doing as well. And, you know, we are at a period of time after this mid-air collision where we simply put, we don't have a lot of answers. And so a lot of people are trying to figure out exactly what happened. At some point, once they get into those black boxes and we find out more information, we'll find out if it was maybe a number of catastrophic decisions that were made that led to the deaths of these 67 people. Okay, coming up, after Jones Newscast and after traffic and weather, the best audio of the day, Kash Patel in his Senate confirmation hearings. It's all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Still working that cleanup this morning on I-40 in the westbound lanes right at just before Charlotte Pike, exit 201. They're still cleaning up after a tractor-trailer accident overnight, and they're expecting that it'll still be out there for quite a while. We'll have more on that just in the moments ahead. Governor Bill Lee is set to address and to add his signature to the school voucher bill, which got final approval from state lawmakers yesterday. The governor on families who worry that the bill would hurt public schools.
What I would say to parents are, we recognize that there are different opinions about the right approach for their kid. I fundamentally believe that this is the right approach for the children in our state. I wouldn't have so passionately pursued it if I didn't believe so. I think years from now we will look back and see this as a turning point. We'll see the results, the outcomes, the opportunities for Tennessee students improve, and it'll be one more way for this state to lead the country.
Other news, the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder have been recovered from the American Airlines plane that collided with a helicopter over the Potomac River on Wednesday night.
Just over 24 hours before Wednesday's crash, a different regional jet executed a go-around maneuver when landing at Reagan Airport due to a Black Hawk helicopter in the same area. Safety concerns have been increasing in the airspace around Reagan Airport. The airport was designed to accommodate 15 million passengers each year, but now sees more than 25 million a year. Congress voted just last year to add more flights. The runway the plane was supposed to land on Wednesday night is now closed until next Friday. Nicole D'Antonio, ABC News in Arlington, Virginia.
And we're hearing that the parent company of CBS, Paramount, is in talks with President Trump's lawyers over his $10 billion lawsuit because of that deceptively edited 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris during the election. Paramount needs the blessing of the federal government in the effort to merge with Skydance Media. Trump's track record against the media has been pretty good, too. ABC News has paid off Trump with a $15 million payout. And Facebook's Meta also agreed to a $25 million settlement recently. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
All right, Joan, I also need to play. Don't let me forget, KGB. I've got to play this audio that you sent to me from the confirmation hearings for Biden's pick to head the FAA.
Now tell me, I needed duct tape to wrap around my head for that one.
Yeah, I know. But I keep forgetting to play it. I've teased it like twice.
Okay, so I'll remind you.
People are actually calling me out on my personal cell phone.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. You know what? I count on you folks to keep me straight and keep me honest. So I appreciate it. So I've got that and the Kash Patel audio as well. A lot of great Super Talk straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for the Glock Store. Now, this is my gun store, the Glock Store, and where I train and where I do need to go more often than I do. But you know what, the Glock Store, they've got a lot of advantage over the other gun stores. Now, they've got those private shooting rooms and personal instructors, not multiple lanes and some stranger shooting next to you, but these big old rooms. And right now, this is the last day, folks, the last day for the 2025 New Year, New Deal that we've been promoting here in January. Go to my show Facebook page, at Dan Mandis Show, pinned right to the top. You're going to see a video of me shooting this World War II era submachine gun called a Sten. I went over, I shot it. It was amazing. If you go to shoot270.com and you book an appointment, you show up and you say, you want to shoot the Dan gun, the World War II submachine gun, the Sten, they are going to let you do it because it is an incredible experience. And all you have to do is mention my name. The incredible, incomparable shoot270.com, only in Nashville and only at my place to train, the Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Shoot270.com.
Okay, they're still working the crash. It was a tractor trailer overnight on 40 westbound just before Charlotte Pike that hit a stalled out car, then hit the median. It also damaged an electronic sign above. So it's a mess this morning. They're trying to offload 40,000 pounds of car parts that was on that truck. It's going to be out there for a while. Police are saying avoid the area 40 westbound at Charlotte Pike this morning. A crash right there on Charlotte Pike as well at Newsom Station Road. An accident Glencliff, Murfreesboro Pike at Plus Park Boulevard. In Hermitage, the 40 eastbound off-ramp to northbound Central Pike. The off-ramp right lane blocked off by a crash and got a crash as well in Antioch on 24. The eastbound lanes just before Haywood Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. DEI definitely in the news today, and really, let's be honest, DEI has been in the news for a long time, especially since Joe Biden ended up in the Oval Office. And there is some audio that I'm going to play for you. I had forgotten about this, Joan.
You remember to play the audio.
Yes. And
congratulations.
This is audio of Joe Biden's pick to lead this back when he first came into office, of course, to lead the FAA. And he ultimately ended up having to bow out because this was his response. Now, remember, this is the head of the FAA. Joe Biden wanted this guy, and by the way, he's black, and he wanted him to lead the FAA. Listen to this.
So, Mr. Washington, can you quickly tell me what airspace requires an ADS-B transponder?
Not sure I can answer that question right now.
That's okay. We'll just keep going. So that's a pretty important part. So what are the 6 types of special use airspace that protect this national security that appear on FAA charts?
Sorry, Senator, I cannot answer that question.
Okay, so what are the operational limitations of a pilot flying under basic med?
Senator, I'm not a pilot, so...
but obviously you'd oversee the Federal Aviation Administration. So any idea what those restrictions are under basic med, quickly?
Well, some of the restrictions, I think, would be high blood pressure. Some of them would be...
It's more like how many passengers per airplane, how many pounds in different categories, and what altitude you can fly under. So, and then amount of knots. It's under 250 knots. So it's not have anything to do with blood pressure. So can you tell me what causes an aircraft to spin or to stall?
Again, Senator, I'm not a pilot.
Okay, let's keep going. What are the 3 aircraft certifications the FAA requires as part of the manufacturing process? Quickly, please. 3 aircraft certifications.
Again, what I would say to that is that one of my first priorities would be to fully implement that Certification Act and report back.
You know the 3 types, Mr. Washington? The 3 types? Okay. Yeah, that's type certificate, production certificate, and airworthiness certificate. Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Let's just keep going, see if we can get lucky here. So can you tell me what the minimum separation distance is for landing and departing airliners during the daytime, Mr. Washington?
I don't want to guess on that, Senator.
Are you familiar with the difference between Part 107 and Part 44809 when it comes to unmanned aerial standards? Unmanned, like drones, are you familiar with the difference?
Yes.
Okay, you know the difference between those 2, Part 44809 and Part 107? Do you know the difference there?
No, I cannot.
That's okay.
So he ended up dropping out. Philip Washington.
Well, thank goodness he did.
Oh, my God.
You know, this guy didn't really have a lot of credentials. He was, I guess, in charge of an airport. Like, he was an airport CEO. And he also had experience with rail and bus lines, but clearly he didn't know anything about aviation. And don't you kind of have to know something about aviation to like be in charge of the FAA?
You would think.
But Dan, he's not a pilot. What do you expect?
Clearly not. But I think that was indicative of, you know, Joe Biden. I don't know if you would call this guy a DEI attempted hire, which Joe Biden was famous for, or just a bad hire. I don't know. It was a bad attempt. Whatever it was, whatever Joe Biden's motivation, I think that was really an indication of the catastrophe to come.
Yeah.
And so that guy, yeah, he dropped out. And it was just, I remember that. And really embarrassing.
That's embarrassing as an American to see that that's who they fronted to head the FAA.
Yep.
Wow.
That's Joe Biden for you.
Yeah.
You know, thank the Lord he is gone.
Dan, I think I just lost in like IQ points listening to that.
I'll tell you what. Well, you know what? I thought it was interesting when they were doing, then I got to play the Kash Patel stuff. But when Pete Hegseth was going through his confirmation hearings, I don't know which senator it was, but they were asking him about, you know, how many parts in a certain kind of gun, what kind of bullets they use in certain guns, and just all kinds of, you know, really hardcore military foot soldier kind of questions. And it really, at least to me, it did establish his credibility as a guy who's got mud in his boots and he knows exactly what's going on. And so Pete Hegseth obviously got confirmed. This guy the audio that I just played for you, Philip Washington, he ended up, bowing out because the senators, that's kind of how it went. And again, as I said, clearly it was a sign of things to come. Now, Kash Patel and his Senate confirmation hearings actually went really, really well. And yesterday was his turn. After hours of getting yelled at by senators, it was fascinating because it was John Kennedy, Senator John Kennedy, and it was his turn right before lunch. And it was actually really entertaining.
You've made a lot of people mad, haven't you, Mr. Patel?
Seems so, Senator.
You think maybe you've made the right people mad?
As my FBI agents, the BRIC agents told me when I was running cases with them across this country and around the world, if you're not ticking off some people, you're not doing your job right.
Kind of like a talk show host, actually. Now, the previous several hours, he was called an abundance of names, Kash Patel. Very nasty line of questioning, of course. But I want to play just a few examples of what led up to that moment where Kennedy is like, man, you've ticked off a lot of people. Amy Klobuchar was one asking him questions based on limited information, partial quotes, and hearsay.
This is why snippets of information are often misleading and detrimental to this committee's advice and consent process.
If you consent, I would love to have 5 hours of questions, and then I could read the whole transcript.
You've got 2 minutes.
Wow.
I just love that. I just love Kash Patel putting Amy Klobuchar in her place. Now, coming up, I don't know if you have heard the very sanctimonious questioning of one Adam Schiff. You might lose your breakfast. It's coming up. 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, a high of 63. It is right now 60 degrees. The rain and clouds in the morning are going to clear to some partially sunny skies by this afternoon. Saturday, sun and clouds, a high of 52. And on Sunday, sunny and a high of 64. Right now, 60 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Going over some of the relevant audio as Kash Patel was going through his Senate confirmation hearings. This is everything wrong with these confirmation hearings. And he had to face Adam Schiff. And Schiff, of course, accusing him of glorifying January 6ers and being anti-cop. Listen to this.
I want you to turn around. There are Capitol Police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking to me.
No, look at them. I want you to look at them if you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye, Mr. Patel. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it. I've never accepted violence against law enforcement.
Yeah, and so you can tell that Schiff is trying to intimate or flat out say that Patel has been glorifying January 6ers. I guess the January 6ers, remember they had cut a song, I don't remember what it was, but you had Schiff trying to make a big deal out of the fact that Patel had promoted said song. And super texters, remind me what song that was. And Schiff spent all this time badgering Kash Patel about this and basically calling him anti-cop. And anybody who knows Kash Patel, anybody who has watched Kash in interviews or know what he's all about, you know that he has always been pro-cop. And then you had Richard Blumenthal out of Connecticut telling Kash that he can't or won't hold crooked FBI agents accountable if Kash ends up getting confirmed.
Will you commit that you will not tolerate the firing of the FBI agents who worked with the special counsel's office on these investigations?
Senator, I appreciate the time to visit with you.
It is a yes or no answer, and it is your first test.
Senator, Every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard, and no one will be terminated for case assignments.
And I'm not going to accept that answer.
Wow.
That was your first test. You failed it.
So, I love the drama, right? Basically, you have some FBI agents that are still employed at the FBI that took part in investigations that were biased or crooked or perhaps even downright illegal. I don't know. But Patel is saying, look, I'm not going to go in there looking to just, go after people that went after Donald Trump. But if people did things that were against regulation or illegal, he's got to go after them. But what Patel is saying is I'm going to treat everybody the same. But that's how it went. Telling Kash Patel, you're unqualified, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a Trump loyalist, and they really wouldn't even listen to his answers.
My colleague and friend, Senator Durbin, called you a conspiracy theorist. You remember that?
I do, Senator.
You were instrumental in revealing that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was a lead investigator.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Yep.
Facts matter, Senator.
Yeah. I mean, conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, and we talk about this all the time, but Senator Kennedy is absolutely right. And yeah, he was the lead investigator. Kash Patel was the lead investigator with Devin Nunes as they investigated the allegations against Donald Trump of colluding with Russia. Now, remember, the left and the media, they sold that forever, including Adam Schiff, obviously. The Mueller investigation, all of that. And we all know that Donald Trump never colluded with the Russians, even though the left and the media, they sold that incessantly. And Kash Patel was one of the guys that clearly uncovered and proved them to be liars. And so that's the reason, one of many reasons, why they hate Kash Patel, because he helped Republicans uncover the truth about the Democrats and the media about how the FBI illegally obtained, remember this, illegally obtained those surveillance warrants on Carter Page. Remember all of that? And so Kash Patel was behind a lot of that, working with Devin Nunes to expose the truth. He helped create the now famous or infamous Nunes memo that took out the FBI. And so he did, as you heard Kennedy say, Senator Kennedy say, you've made a lot of enemies. But these are the enemies that you want to have, the enemies of the deep state. And so the Democrats on this committee, what they're trying to do is they're trying to accuse Kash Patel of wanting to destroy the FBI and take down the entire agency. But he talks about how, you know what? That's way overblown. The FBI, by and large, they do great work.
You're not saying that everybody at the FBI is bad, are you?
Never said that. I've overwhelmingly said multiple times that 98% of the FBI is courageous, apolitical warriors of justice. They just need better leadership.
Who put away the Unabomber?
The FBI.
Who put away Timothy McVeigh and his Stalin's stomach for blood?
Brick agents at the FBI.
Who helped investigate Jussie Smollett, who, in an effort of self-aggrandizement, set back the fight for minority rights for years?
I think that was local authorities.
It was the FBI that opened an investigation, wasn't it?
Eventually, yes, Senator.
Yeah, so, I mean, listen, FBI, as they say, got a lot of good agents in there. The question is, will Kash Patel come in and burn down the FBI? What he says is he wants to hold them accountable. And I got to tell you, they work, the entire federal government works for us. So Kash Patel, I really liked what he had to say yesterday during his Senate confirmation hearings. We'll see what happens. It is 7:52. Joan Jones has the news at 8.
Rescued. A missing Tennessee girl has been found, and now a man nearly 3 times her age is under arrest. And the Nashville music industry is rocked by the death of a young executive. Got those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. At 7:52, Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you've got a piece of property, maybe a land that you don't know what to do with, why don't you think about putting up a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco? Now, they are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. You know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of that land big time. And you can use your new pole barn from Stoltzco for basically anything. I mean, it can be a garage, it can be an event space, it can be an equestrian building. You can live in it. We call those barn dominiums. Now, the thing is, pole barns from Stoltzco, they are flexible, and yes, they are built really well as well. Now, you could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Just go find a piece of property somewhere and put up a pole barn and barn dominium, and you are ready for retirement. Call these folks and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-622-5992. 615-622-5992. Stoltzco online. Stoltzco. Stoltzco.com. Again, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Also, they've got great social media, Instagram and Facebook. You can see incredible examples of what they can do for you. Again, Stoltzco. Stoltzco.com, 615-622-5992. You know what I love about all of these senators that are going after Kash Patel? All of these accusations, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're anti-cop, and all of these other things that they said about him yesterday during those confirmation hearings. So I want to just remind you, with all of these senators questioning Patel like he's the bad guy, so the FBI didn't target Americans and their families at school board meetings? Yeah, they did. And Kash Patel is going to go after those folks. The FBI didn't lead a BS investigation into Donald Trump? You bet your butt they did. And Kash Patel is going to go after those people as well. So the FBI didn't roll through Mar-a-Lago and Melania's clothing drawers looking for those documents? Of course they did. The same type of documents, by the way, that Joe Biden had all over the country. The FBI, of course, accusing Donald Trump of being a Putin puppet. The Inspector General did find 17 significant inaccuracies and omissions in their FISA applications on Carter Page, including exculpatory evidence that they conveniently left out. So they're talking about how Kash Patel is the bad guy? Nope, not quite. Not by a long shot. What did Edward Snowden have to say to Tulsi Gabbard? Details straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock on a rainy Friday morning. Welcome in. We've got some traffic troubles to talk to you about this morning. It's 40 westbound before Charlotte Pike exit 201, where they've got two right lanes blocked off this morning. It's because of a crash cleanup from overnight, and police are saying best to avoid that area if you can find another way around it this morning. All three measures were considered by the state legislature yesterday in a special session, have passed that the votes, and it includes the school voucher bill. It's called the Education Freedom Act. It provides $7,300 to 20,000 families who want to send their kids to a private school. House Education Subcommittee Chair Scott Sapicki tells WTN's Matt Murphy Show what's next with this bill.
We will have to secure a vendor for the ability to create an online application process. Private schools now are going to have to figure out what their application window is going to look like, because they want to make sure that they have full classrooms in all the private schools.
And over the next couple of months, the House Government Operations Committee will work to make sure that the rules meet the intent of the legislation the money has already been approved for. A girl who had been missing from West Tennessee has been found in North Nashville after a human trafficking sting operation. TBI and Metro Police found that girl in a hotel in Nashville, where they also arrested 48-year-old Torrance Cosby and recovered a handgun and electronic devices. Investigators say they began the investigation after discovering the image of the girl on websites known for advertising commercial sex acts. Cosby's currently being held on a $90,000 bond. The NTSB releasing images now of the flight data recorders recovered from the scene of Wednesday's midair collision in Washington. The investigation into the crash is looking into the work of air traffic control at the airport and whether enough people are on the job. ABC News aviation analyst John Nance says the answer to that question is definitely not.
We've had a chronic problem with this for as long as I can remember, probably 30 or 40 years. We've always been behind on staffing in the FAA control facilities and air traffic control, and that should come to a halt. These folks are wonderful people. They are basically expected to do 100% perfect performance all the time. And of course, as humans, we can't do that, but they come very close. But they need more support. They need more numbers.
And we've learned this morning of the death of the president and CEO of Warner Chappell Music in Nashville. Ben Vaughn was an award-winning music publishing executive, champion of country music, and alumnus of Belmont University. The announcement did not detail how he died. Ben Vaughn was just 49 years old. Market numbers here brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Half hour to go before the opening bell. Dow futures up 115. We've got NASDAQ futures up 171. S&P futures gaining 28. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. .40 westbound, still a mess just before Charlotte Pike, exit 201. While they clean up that tractor trailer mess this morning, 2 left lanes are blocked off. Also still eastbound 40, very slow stop and go between Bellevue Highway and exit 196 and White Bridge Pike, Briley Parkway West. That's exit 204. That's because of what we call looky-loos, people looking over the roadway at the crash investigation on the other side. Glencliff, Murfreesboro Pike, westbound side plus Park Boulevard. A crash, the intersection is blocked off in that area. Also a crash in Pegram, Charlotte Pike at Newsom Station Road. An accident this morning, Donaldson Pike at Citation Drive. Want to let you know, too, that there are some trees down in Nashville, Thompson Road at Marajay Drive, and also Pinnacle Hill Road near Harpeth River. Great places to avoid this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, along with Joan Jones in the dust-encrusted news corner.
Getting dustier every day.
KGB, Jeff Malinoff here as well. I'm Dan. How are you? You can follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show. And I hope, Joan, this translates to the radio. But this is from our friends at the Daily Caller. In case you missed the Senate confirmation hearings today,
where they investigate cybercrime, terrorism, shutdown.
And you've got Kash Patel, RFK, and Tulsi Gabbard in the middle, and you've got Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar and a couple of others. I don't know who they are, but, just doing what they do.
Where they investigate cybercrime, terrorism, shut down and open.
And they're just sort of
You can save a lot of time that way.
looking ahead. And it just, that's how it's been.
Yeah.
That is absolutely how it's been. So if you want to see that, you can follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show. I was, we're going to get to that story. What did Edward Snowden have to say to Tulsi Gabbard? Because it's great, and I think that there's a lot more to talk about with the Senate confirmation hearings. But I think by and large, the Democrats with these hearings, really what they're doing is they're exposing themselves as far as their own hypocrisy. Clearly, they're still hurt at the fact that they lost. And so I think that they're still trying to take out their rage on Trump's nominees. I think that's part of what they're doing. Now, some people can say, well, they're not qualified. Tulsi Gabbard isn't qualified to be DNI and, all these. Well, she's a different candidate. That's the point. Pete Hegseth is a unique candidate. They're different from what we've seen before. And so is Donald Trump. And there's nothing wrong with that. I've been rebuked. So we were talking earlier, Joan, about the state of Metro Nashville schools. And you played an audio piece from John Ray Clemens.
Correct.
So he was talking about the passage of Governor Lee's Freedom Education Act.
Yes.
And this is what John Ray Clemens, representing Nashville, had to say.
It's the best scam that money could buy. And they bought it. And they got it through. So congratulations. You just destroyed public education.
So isn't public education kind of already destroyed? I mean, we were talking earlier this week, and this is a topic that comes up all the time. And the report cards, Joan, you and I were talking about this earlier this week, where the report cards on public education have come out, and they're not good. Public education isn't good, especially in a lot of these cities that have been impacted by, quite frankly, teachers' unions and school boards. I mean, here in Nashville, we have a wretched school board. But somebody said, oh, Dan, Nashville's not that bad. Really? Well, let's go to the facts, shall we? In Metro Nashville schools, where Adrian Battle has got to be fired from the school board, testing is at the bottom 50% of Tennessee public schools in Metro Nashville. Math proficiency is under 20% and well below Tennessee average. Reading proficiency is at 27% versus 37% for the state, which statewide, that's awful. But listen to this. Only 6% of students who graduate from Metro Nashville schools are ready for college in subjects like math. 6%. That is incredible to me. And so, by all means, John Ray Clemens, defend the public education system that is turning out numbers like this. And so, as I said earlier, listen, with Governor Lee and with the state legislature, what they just passed, it may not be perfect, and they may have to make adjustments down the line, but we have to do something. And I've spoken about this, and this is what gets really frustrating, is that Metro Nashville schools, there's a lot of black kids in those schools. So every time I talk about this, you got the people that, oh, Mandis, you're just a racist. You don't like the schools because there's a lot of black kids in there. Really? Is that really your play? Because the whole point of school choice is to give those kids and give those parents that are trapped in these schools a better opportunity, including a lot of black kids, a lot of Hispanic kids. And so I don't know how, and they're illogical. People like John Ray Clemens and these folks, they're illogical. Because how can you, on the one hand, say that someone like me is a racist because I want kids of Shelby County and Metro Nashville to have a better education and better opportunity. How does that make one racist? I don't understand. And I don't think they do either. They're just, they're out of ideas. The only thing they will ever say as far as, hey, let's make our schools better. Let's give teachers a raise again. And I'm not castigating teachers because y'all are doing God's work. I have no problem with teachers, teachers' unions, to be perfectly candid and honest. I could do without, whatever. What is that? Is that me? I don't know if that was me, but whatever. So the computers are doing strange things since they fix stuff, but I'm not blaming anybody. So anyway, bottom line is that I don't really understand why it is you're called a racist only for wanting kids to have a better opportunity. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So when you put it in that context, it's like Adrian Battle. Somebody called me a racist for wanting Adrian Battle to be fired. Now, can I tell you the honest to goodness truth? I didn't really know that Adrian Battle was black. I mean, I'm sure at some point I've seen a picture of her, but I judge people by what they say and the decisions that they make and their ideas. And when it comes to Adrian Battle, every single one of them is stupid. That's not an indication of her skin color. That's an indication of her stupidity. So if your only defense is, whether we're talking about the scores for Metro Nashville or Adrian Battle's performance as the head of the Metro Nashville School Board, is that I'm a racist, well, then that shows the absolute shallow nature of your ability to be able to defend that school district or that head of Metro Nashville Public Schools. Bottom line. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Very good as far as your weather today. And by the way, it is a balmy 61 degrees out. Weather today, a high of 63. And we're going to have, it's kind of gloomy and icky out right now, Joan and KGB. However, eventually the sun is going to shine. On Saturday, sun and clouds mix, a high of 52. And on Sunday, sunny and a high of 64. Sunday sounds like the really cool day to go out to the park and just do fun stuff. Right now, it is 8:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Edward Snowden has come up a lot today because he is in the news. Earlier, we were playing audio of Tulsi Gabbard during her Senate confirmation hearings, and she has done a number of things as far as Edward Snowden goes. Number one is at one point she called him a hero. She said that he was brave. And she also filed legislation when she was in the House of Representatives where she wanted all charges against him dropped. And so you have, the senators and during the confirmation hearings talking about Edward Snowden and trying to browbeat Tulsi Gabbard into, saying, is he a hero? Is he brave? Yes or no? And they simply wouldn't let up. It's a very complicated debate, of course.
Do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believe, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agency, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Right. And as time goes on, and I've said this a number of times this morning, so I'm not going to dwell on it, but as time goes on and we realize just how corrupt and pervasive these agencies are. We know a lot more in 2025 than we did in 2013. So you look back on what Edward Snowden did in 2013 and our Daily Dan poll on YouTube, watch us on YouTube and take the poll. Edward Snowden, hero, traitor, or anti-hero? Coming up, we're going to tell you how people are voting here on WTN in the Daily Dan poll. But Tulsi Gabbard is trying to give an answer and they simply won't allow her to answer.
Senator, if confirmed
This
as
is when the
Director of
rubber hits
National
the road.
Intelligence, I will work with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden-like
social
leak.
media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories, or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the chief intelligence officer of this nation.
Wah, 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 wah. I mean, watching these hearings, of course, always frustrating. I've spoken about it as well, where they have these yes or no anticipated gotcha questions, when the reality is that some of these answers require more thought and more context than just a yes or no answer.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't. Apparently you don't. Let me ask you.
I mean, it's almost like these senators, and I know. Republicans do it too. But these intelligence agencies, deep state DC and the rest of it, interfering in elections like they did in 2020, they don't like Tulsi Gabbard because she is on the side of protecting the American people and our privacy. And she's not there to protect their way of doing business.
If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets, and I have 4 immediate steps that I would take to prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am, I would simply ask.
So there you go. Now, Edward Snowden actually sent out a post on X. Tulsi Gabbard, Edward Snowden himself, Tulsi Gabbard will be required to disown all prior support for whistleblowers as a condition of confirmation today. He said, I encourage her to do so. Tell them I harmed national security and the sweet, soft feelings of staff. In D.C., that's what passes for the Pledge of Allegiance these days. It doesn't sound like Tulsi Gabbard actually did that. I think that she has ideas on how to protect our civil liberties, protect our privacy, and at the same time, make sure that these intelligence agencies are not spying on us. And I'm sorry, but I do believe that that's important. But all we get from these senators is
they investigate cybercrime, terrorism,
that. When clearly there are times when these kind of discussions, they do require more context. And so if you want to take the Daily Dan poll, you can. Watch us on YouTube and take the poll. And is Edward Snowden a hero or a traitor? KGB or an anti-hero? KGB is watching the results breathlessly, as I'm sure he is. And what's WTN Nation saying?
So 50% say hero.
Okay.
37% say anti-hero because we added that because no one can be happy with just yes or no questions in hearings and on the polls. And then in traitor is at 13%. So we still have people saying he is a traitor.
Do you know, though, that if I had asked this question, you know what, maybe our poll question tomorrow should be, has your opinion of Edward Snowden changed over the years?
Oh, that's a good one.
Will there be a third answer to it?
Sure, just to make those people happy.
Yeah.
Because we've got a lot of malcontents, including the one behind the microphone. Anyway.
Oh, my God.
I'm talking about me. So anyway.
There's 3 of us, though, which could be any of us.
Well, yeah. Perhaps. Hey, Joan, did you hear that KGB just called you a malcontent?
I think, yeah, I did hear that.
Potential malcontent for all purposes.
I can't believe you.
Moving right along, 8:21, and Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan.
Well, the response is predictable after President Trump called attention to DEI in the air crash disaster in D.C. And the effort to fight human trafficking just got another shot in the arm. We've got that coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. You know, I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate here in Nashville because I do trust that they're going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. Now, at Mark Spain Real Estate, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes now for nearly 30 years, and they've served over 58,000 families. And with all those clients, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews, and you can trust my friends at Mark Spain to sell your home fast and for maximum profit and the least amount of hassle. That is the guaranteed offer. So there's a reason they've had all that success. It is that guaranteed offer of a quick sale, maximum profit, and no hassle. So get your guaranteed offer on your home today. That phone number is 855-299-SOLD. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 855-299-SOLD, online anytime at markspain.com, and start packing. 828, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hey, Joan, Sally brings up a great point.
What is it?
Sally is becoming my favorite malcontent on the super text line.
Okay.
If you're going to do another Dan poll, and she puts it in those passive-aggressive air quotes.
Yes.
If you're going to do another Dan poll, you might want to wait until Monday morning. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I don't believe that Dan is going to show up. It's fair.
Yeah, he's not that committed.
I am that committed, but there'd be nobody here to run the board. So, what am I going to do?
I'm here on Sunday mornings. I'll be here on
You
Saturday
mean you
morning
can't do it
also.
all yourself?
You know what? I could if I have to.
Because that would mean that KGB is indispensable.
Joan, please.
And he should probably get a
Joan?
raise.
Anyway.
Oh, that's better. Okay.
Whatever. Hey, Ted Cruz. Oh, I don't have time.
You never have time.
I know. Coming up, I'm going to play with Chris Hand the audio.
Yeah, keep going.
I just realized what I said.
Chris will be surprised to hear that.
Coming up, when Chris is in the studio, I'm going to play this audio.
Lawsuit impending.
Of Ted Cruz and talking to that Phil Washington we're talking about earlier. And the audio from Ted Cruz is amazing. We'll do that and a whole lot more in The Cross with Chris Hand coming up next on WTN.
Good morning, it's 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Checking on that accident scene this morning on 40 westbound, and it is still there. So 40 westbound at Charlotte Pike, exit 201. They're still cleaning up a crash from last night. 2 left lanes are blocked off. Avoid it if you can. Governor Bill Lee is set to add his signature to the school voucher bill, which got final approval from state lawmakers yesterday. The Senate passing that bill in a 20-13 vote. After just over 90 minutes of debate in the House, debate included discussion on 27 amendments to the bill, but Republicans voted each one of them down. President Trump has suggested that DEI programs at the FAA should be looked into as a possible link to the air disaster this week in the nation's capital.
President Trump claiming that under the Biden administration, the FAA pushed for the hiring of people with disabilities. A former FAA official disputing Trump's claims, saying anyone applying must meet the same rigorous standards, whether they're disabled or not. Those standards include passing a medical exam, aptitude test, and psych evaluation, which is more stringent than what's required of a pilot. And hiring is selective. In 2022, 57,000 people applied for an air traffic position. Only 1,000 made it to the first day of training.
2 more big Tennessee companies are joining the effort to stop human trafficking. Bridgestone Americas and Nashville International Airport both joining Secretary of State Trey Hargett's Tennessee Business Against Trafficking program. It offers free hour-long training for employees to identify the signs of human trafficking and take appropriate action when they spot them. There were nearly 1,200 human trafficking tips or calls statewide last year. The Dow Jones Industrials this morning starting off 77 points higher after the opening bell. The NASDAQ is currently up 175. We've got the S&P 500 index at plus 26 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's morning news. New year, new comfort, winter warm-up specials from my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen, when it comes to HVAC, you cannot beat these deals. Free air duct cleaning with the purchase of a new, complete whole home AC. Free air duct cleaning package upgrade. You buy the middle package, you are automatically upgraded to the deluxe package and a free furnace checkup with any heating repair service. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. This is my HVAC company. I've been a Beehive member for years. So you want to call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, become a Beehive member, and take advantage of all of these New Year's specials. 615-775-7833. They are your Rude Pro partner. 615-775-7833. Become a Beehive member. You can always find them online anytime. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Got to avoid that spot on 40 westbound this morning, just before Charlotte Pike, exit 201. Still stop and go as they're working to clean up an overnight tractor-trailer accident. Two left lanes are blocked off there still. Then on the eastbound side of 40, folks are looking over the roadway to see what's happening, so it's causing a big delay. They call that a rubbernecking delay. Stalled out car in Jolton on 24, the westbound lanes at New Hope Road. And you got to crash out in Cookeville as well on the 40 westbound side at South Willow Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is time for the cross. Chris Hand is here. Hello, Chris.
Hello. I'm bummed that I missed Eye Patch Dan.
Yeah.
I heard how cool you looked.
That was a one day engagement.
Everybody said you looked pretty badass.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Murphy was complimenting the eye patch yesterday afternoon.
Murphy was complimenting the eye patch.
Oh,
really?
wow.
He was. He said it lost a little mystique when the glasses went on over it. but when it was just the eye patch, he said it was baller.
I've got
Dan and baller in the same sentence.
It did. You know what? The eye patch. My eyesight is so schizophrenic right now because, like, I went to see Dr. Horn yesterday, and my eyesight in my left eye is 20/20. It's actually 20/20. And so for the first time, I posted to my Facebook page that photo that I'd sent to KGB and Joan, where Amy took my picture, and I've got my hand over my right eye, and
you got to be careful posting those online. They'll say you're in the Illuminati.
That's exactly right. And I, for the first time since I was 16 years old, I can see the TV from way over there, and it's not blurry. And so, like in here, I can put my right hand over my eye, and my right eye, the unsurgicized eye, and I can see the TV plain as day. I take my hand over my left eye, the one that we had surgery on, and my right eye, it's all blurry.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm like really schizophrenic, but this is the first show that I've done, my first radio show. This is the first time in my life that I've done a radio show without glasses.
That's crazy.
Someone,
Yeah.
sorry, I have to interrupt. I was looking on the chat. You know, we call this the cross. Someone just came up with a great name, the Criss Cross.
The Criss Cross.
I like it.
Yeah, but then we'd have to wear our clothes backwards.
Yep. We would.
We really
I like
don't.
It. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
You guys surprised I even know about Criss Cross?
If we have hats, we can wear them backwards. But other than that, we're good. But no, the Criss Cross is a great name.
Sure.
TB in the chat, great, fantastic.
All right, very good. We'll ignore that. Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to send that to committee.
Don't worry, Dan doesn't like name
where it
suggestions. I heard the lackluster approval of the drive-by with Brian Wilson instead of Wednesdays with Wilson yesterday.
Well, Wednesday Wilson's is WW. I get why Dan was like.
But
set
I
on
thought
that.
the drive-by was cool.
I thought it was it was all right.
Wah, wah.
Oh, it's like, he comes in and he just shoots off a few hot takes and then he gets out of there.
Sure.
He gets out of there.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I listen, I love Brian. I didn't like the name. That's all I'm saying. And you know what? It was great that he was on yesterday because he had a lot of the that airport perspective, kind of like Joan has had as well.
Yeah, and he sounded good over hip hop instrumentals.
Do you know what's so funny?
Wait, how did he handle it? I forgot to listen.
I caught one break where he came in over. I have one of my instrumentals is "Drive Slow" by Kanye West and Paul Wall. It's a classic. And I was like, "Dang, Brian sounds good."
Over the hip hop?
Yeah, I liked it.
Okay.
I liked it.
See, I listened specifically, I love Brian, but I also specifically listened to hear him over the hip hop.
Yeah.
Because I almost expected him to, like, just tell them to shut it off.
Yeah, by 9:45,
I was ready
there's
for
just
it.
no instrumentals.
Get
It's
off of
just
my
Brian
lawn.
being cold, coming in cold.
I was so ready for him to go, what the hell is this?
I actually, there was years ago, I had a talk show host and a producer that almost came to blows because the producer was playing rap as bumpers. Yeah, bumper music, coming back music. And so they screaming at each other. And finally they had to fire the producer.
Really?
Because he
Wow.
wouldn't stop playing hip hop or rap or whatever it was back in the 90s. So, yeah. And I half expected Brian to go down that road. But no, I'm actually proud of Brian for, saying, no, we can play whatever music this is.
He sounded great, man.
So I guess the host was just like, "Hey, give me a new bumper," and the guy just was like, "No," like that. That's just like that makes
Pretty
no
much.
sense.
That's
like,
how it went.
I feel like
you don't like Snoop Dogg? How about Dr. Dre?
Eminem, more Eminem.
That's exactly right.
Is it just me, or is there an unintended consequence of your eye surgery going on? You look a lot taller.
All right, so there's a story behind that. I told this way earlier in the show. I've been obsessing over the camera angle or whatever.
Understatement. but go on.
Because you know what? I need a new button in here to shut off your mic. Totally kidding. Love you.
Hey, you're not the one. I'm sorry. Are you the one that's texting me at 6 o'clock at night? Hey, Murphy's doing this. We got to do this now. Murphy's doing this. We got to do this now.
Oh.
So anyway,
Don't say his name again. He'll call the hotline.
No, that's right. We only get 2. Everyone gets 2.
I did do that. I took a screenshot of Murphy, and I said to Jeff, "It's like, why does Murphy look so good, and I don't?"
That was
And
so sad.
but I finally realized Amy figured it out. Now I'm not saying I look good, but Amy said, Matt and Chris are a lot taller than you are. So that's why you look shorter, because they're taller. And so I jacked up the chair like 3 inches, 4 inches.
What were you going to do before that? Before you found that out, what were you going to do?
I was going to find some phone books and sit on them. That was actually an off-air conversation, that I was going to find some phone books and sit on them.
It's like the Trump press conference where the little Japanese CEO had to stand on the box.
Yes,
exactly.
But see, it puts you right at the place where the lights shine on you better.
No,
it was brilliant.
Yeah, you're actually. It actually looks a lot better with the chair up. I will have to say.
Yeah.
What is your next move when Murphy and I don't lower the chair?
You'll rise it again.
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I'll lower the chair.
Chris breaks the riser once it puts it down.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. All right, so real quick, I want to play this audio from Ted Cruz.
I heard you wanted to play with me.
Yeah, this. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Here's the funny thing.
Goodness.
I wish that I could blame this being the first radio show that I've done since the age of 16 without glasses, but it's another Danierism. It happens daily here on Nashville's Morning News. But this was Ted Cruz way back. Do you remember this Phil Washington? He was Joe Biden's pick to run the FAA.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like the worst ever Senate confirmation hearings. Dude didn't know anything about flight, navigation, and this was Ted Cruz. And it was really funny.
Clear, and you and I talked about this. FAA administrator is a specialized position. I'm not qualified to be FAA administrator. I have no idea how to fly a plane. No one in their right mind would put me in charge of aviation safety because I don't have that experience. I suspect most of the members of this committee are in a similar position. The American people, when they think about aviation safety, when they think about, I played in this committee, a Southwest Airlines and FedEx plane almost colliding at Austin's airport. They want an FAA administrator who knows why those planes crash and knows how to fix it to keep them safe. And with all respect, Mr. Washington, it gives no comfort to the flying public that their pilot might be a transgendered witch, but doesn't actually know how to prevent the plane from crashing into the ground and killing them. I believe your record is woefully lacking. And in fact, you have zero aviation safety experience, and I don't believe you'll have the votes for confirmation.
Yeah, that dude eventually just said, screw it, I'm out.
Yeah. All right.
I'm out.
He said a transgender witch.
It's funny because somebody, I played audio of him earlier, and somebody, You know, the hate listeners always like to do this like gotcha stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Trump's FAA pick has never been a pilot. Trump's FAA pick has been working in the FAA for over 20 years. He served as an acting associate administrator for aviation safety, chief of staff, assistant administrator for policy, international affairs, and I mean, all this stuff within the FAA. So it seems to me anyway, like the guy is most certainly qualified. So if you want to use that as a gotcha, knock yourself out.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he's an African-American fellow, right?
Yes. Yeah, people said he was a DEI hire.
Yeah.
So, and whatever. I mean, it was either a DEI hire or a really bad pick. Either one. But he was awful.
Yeah.
Matt Murphy has texted in to Chris and I. Why does Murphy look so good and I don't? The question kind of answers itself.
Oh.
Really? That's what Matt Murphy texted to both Chris and I.
When's Murphy cutting his hair?
I don't know. Like, it's such a perfect.
It's like we're gonna get into the J.D. Vance presidency, and he's gonna be day 5,942 of blocks for Trump.
I think he's talking about doing donating it to charity too when he does it. So I think they're in talks about that, if I'm not mistaken.
Does it have to get a little longer for him to donate?
I think
to
it
charity?
has to have a certain length if you donate your hair. It has to be a certain
If you
length.
cut him off, he'll lose his strength.
This is true.
The source of all
Samson.
the source of all his
Yeah.
powers. The Infinity Stones are in his hair.
You know, when you're a talk show host, you do need infinity stones.
Oh.
What?
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
I like it.
That's a good Danurism right there.
Thank you. Put that on a hot key.
No.
Of course not. All right, so whatever. Moving on. You have a story for this, don't you, Chris?
I brought some prep.
Okay, go.
All right, so
Please.
we all understand that you can go to jail in the UK for a Facebook post, right?
Yes.
And most of the time, it's doing things like saying, "Hey, why doesn't the government care about these Pakistani rape gangs in my neighborhood?"
Yep.
And then you get a knock, and then you're arrested, and you face more time than the Pakistani rape gangs. But this is actually the first ever case of cyber farting.
What?
Cyber farting.
A UK woman has been charged in court for bombarding her lover's ex with videos of her farting.
Farting videos?
Rihanna Evans, a 25-year-old woman from the UK, on Wednesday pleaded guilty in the country's first ever cyber farting case. According to the report, she sent videos of herself passing gas to her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend. The court said it caused distress and anxiety. Prosecutor Diane Williams told the court Rhiannon would place the camera under her bottom, pass gas, and then look at the camera and grin while she continued to do so. Miss Evans passed wind with her face smiling at the camera, Williams said. Deborah claimed the videos made her feel unsafe in her own home. So
What law exactly did she break?
some fascist social media law, I would assume.
Imagine being a police officer, training all that time. Your first call of the day. Someone's farting. Stop it.
Well, okay, so why did she... I would get one farting video and never...
Everybody can understand the first one.
Yeah. But I wouldn't watch the next one. Like, okay, she's sending me another video. Note to self, don't watch it.
Open it.
That's a great point. You're not the one. You don't have to open it and read it or listen to it.
Maybe block her number?
Evans sent 3 videos on December 22nd. I got to look back and see if that was a Tuesday. Was it Taco Tuesday when you got the first 3 videos?
I was going to say, how do you just like wait until you muster one up?
Or did she record them and then send them in rapid fire? You know, did she sit on the videos for a couple of days? So she sent 3 videos December 22nd and then 4 more over the following days, including on Boxing Day and New Year's Day.
That is so bizarre.
So we had the 7 farts.
Seven farts.
7 farts. In a court ruling, Evans has been subjected to several penalties, attending 15 rehabilitation sessions.
Now,
4 scoring and 7 farts ago.
Hi, my name is Rhiannon, and I'm a serial farter. How do those rehabilitation sessions go?
Well, I know what they do. They teach you how to eat so that you have less farts. I don't know what you eat. Joan, you're the mom of the show. What do you eat for less farts?
Beans. Oh, for less farts?
For less farts. How do you eat for less farts?
I would imagine it's like more proteins.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
She also has to undergo 60 days of alcohol abstinence monitoring. And
There's a shock.
And a two-year restraining order preventing her from further harassment. So
only 2 years.
After the 2 years, I think she has the green light to fart again.
Wow.
If it reached 10 farts, that's a prison sentence. She
See,
went underneath the limit.
I was kind of wondering if that is some sort of a YouTube or TikTok or Instagram kind of a thing. You know, these challenges. Send a fart to your enemy.
So now she could just send a video with her smiling with no sound, and it would still,
hilarious.
yeah, it would still really, that would be like trolling.
Do what we need to do.
Yeah.
So
We need to stop talking about this.
So Murphy's still listening, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't like Matt Murphy, send him fart videos.
Oh my God.
Just send it right here to the text line. That's all you got to do.
What have you done?
We're going to be inundated.
Listen, I'm just saying.
You unleashed hundreds of thousands of people to say bring fart videos to Murphy's show. There's gonna be some crossfire.
That's all right.
Someone's gonna get hurt besides Murphy here.
There will be unintended
Well, listen,
consequences.
there's a lot of hot air in talk radio. Now there's going to be a lot of stinky air,
Dan, you just unleashed like hell on this stage,
so to speak.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. Don't send him to.
Oh, it's
to
too
Matt.
late. It's
yeah,
too late.
that'll do it.
It's too late.
The woman that got charged for this, she told The Sun in the UK that she thought the sentencing was excessive. And I quote, "I never thought farting would land me in court. I think the sentence is a bit excessive and dramatic. We're living in a very snowflake generation. I sent the messages on WhatsApp. I do have regrets, but I wouldn't have thought I'd be here for something like this. To be honest, it's petty. I've learned my lesson."
Now
I
leave
believe
me
her.
alone.
I believe her. Is there laws in the States that like
Not like- I don't think like this.
if like here in America, could you do that?
Well, I think it would come under harassment, right?
Dan, we're about to find out, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'm not going to find out because I'm going to be gone.
Ken Weaver is texting me, dying laughing about this, by the way.
My wife texted me and said, this segment brought to you by Pink Eye.
Oh, good
Pink
grief.
eye?
Yeah, that's what you
That's
get.
how you get pink eye, Dan.
Fecal matter.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You ever had pink eye?
Oh, yeah.
Never.
Have you? How'd you get fecal matter in your eye?
I went to bed, and apparently someone farted on my pillow.
Get better friends, KJB.
Yeah.
That was
for
my brother.
Sure.
Can't pick that.
All right, moving right along.
We ran right through the news
We
Tuesday.
sure did.
We sure did. Let's try it one more time. Joan Jones, please help us.
President Trump doubles down on his claim about DEI and aviation. Also, score one for the Second Amendment. Got those stories coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we're already getting fart videos.
This is like such 8th grade boy stuff.
Thank you, 2285. You know, I this may be one of those topic regret situations.
I said to Dan off air, it's like, it'll be like, 4 or 5 years from now, somebody new will come in and be like, why do you guys always get fart videos on the text line?
Exactly.
All righty. Chris, what's coming up next?
Well, we got a boatload of stuff to cover, from the airplane crash in D.C. to the RFK, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard confirmation hearings. RFK was unreal, man. Did you watch a lot of that?
You know what? I didn't do any RFK audio today. I did Tulsi Gabbard and I did Kash Patel.